It is Saturday at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. There are still 4 events remaining for the men, the women, and the teams, but today is the day you have got to get yourself into contention for one of the 5 qualifying spots for the 2022 Noble CrossFit Games. Welcome inside the Knoxville Civic Coliseum, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with 2009 CrossFit Games champion Tanya Wagner. And Tanya, as is usual, after day 1 of the semifinal, most things went as expected, but there were some big surprises.
Yeah, there's always surprises that you aren't expecting, but one thing we do know, nothing is secure on the leaderboard. It was only day 1, and there's plenty of points up for grabs.
Here are your overall standings for the teams after 2 events. CrossFit Mayhem Independence, no surprise there. They have a 10-point lead over CrossFit Shoe Fly Storm Squadron. Camo Athletics CrossFit, they have a 5-point lead on Coda CrossFit United for that 5th and final qualifying spot. On the men's side, Saxon Panchik is your leader by 4 points over Dallin Pepper. Luis Oscar Mora and Cole Sager tied in points, but Mora, with that tie for first in event number 1, has the tiebreak, and Noah Olson down in 9th place overall. More on that in a second. And finally, on the women's side, Brooke Wells in a 3-way tie with Sydney Mikulishin and Shelby Neal, but Wells has the win from day number 1, so she sits in first place overall. And let's start right there. Brooke Wells, what a comeback for her. She had a really solid start.
We wondered mentally how she was going to do out on the competition floor. Well, there's not much better you can do than first place after day 1, so she's going to take that momentum into today's event. And this is her 215-pound lift. This was good enough for second place. Everybody was kind of waiting to see how that elbow was going to be, and she looked great. By the second event, it was the old Brooke that everybody was used to and expected to see out there, and I expect more of the same today.
On the men's side, Noah Olson is going for his 9th straight trip to the CrossFit Games. He's one of the most consistent competitors we've seen, but that consistency often gets overshadowed by his mistakes, and he made a couple yesterday.
Yeah, the biggest one was that first event with the barbell. He was off to a real rocky start here. His first attempt at 320, couldn't hang on to it, and he took a risk by keeping the load and wasn't able to make it. So his first lift was what stood at 305. And he has a lot of ground to make up today.
And finally, on the team side of things, the CrossFit Shoe Fly Storm Squadron, they are within striking distance of Mayhem coming into day number 2.
They were fun to watch yesterday. They came out making a statement. Here's Jalen Franklin's 290 on the 11th Money Bar platform. Off to a great start. Expect to see a lot more from them today.
Schedule of events for day number 2. We're going to kick things off again with the teams at 9 a.m. local, and then the individuals will close things out. Men's event number 4 will get going at 2:35 p.m. Eastern time, but the team's up first with that thruster rope climb event.
No surprise we're seeing thrusters and pulling. Wouldn't be CrossFit without it.
And the teams for heat number 1 in event 3 are coming out to the floor here at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody, as we start day number 2 of competition here at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. Event number 3 for the teams, thruster and legless, presented by the U.S. Army, and you just said it, push and pull.
Here's what we're going to have here. The females are going to go first, and then the males are going to go in their pairs. They have to do 40 thrusters, 6 legless rope climbs, 30 thrusters, 4 legless rope climbs, and then 20 thrusters, 2 legless. Ladies are going to go first with 95 pounds on the bar. Then the men will do the same with 135 pounds.
And this is up the recipe for success presented by Trifecta.
Ready, set, go. Whoever is ready needs to go on the rope climbs. You don't have to share the work. You just need to make sure the athlete is ready and make them, every single one has to count. Keep that bar moving, keep everything moving in this one.
Let's go down to Nikki Brazier, the 3rd member of our broadcast team.
Hey, good morning, Sean and Tanya. Well, this is one of the standardized events that has come from CrossFit, and what it's done for the event organizers here is really created specific pockets of programming that allow them to make an extremely well-rounded test. Since they know exactly what things that they're going to be testing coming from CrossFit, they've been figuring out outside of that exactly how to kind of bulk up the programming to make sure that each and every stimulus is tested throughout the entire weekend.
Here are your teams that will be on the floor for this first of 2 heats, and we mentioned that you need to get yourself into contention here on day number 2 for one of those spots inside the top 5. So strong performance is key for every team on the floor right now here on Saturday. And here we go. Women out first. They begin with the 40 thrusters at 95 pounds, and they can divide them up however they want.
And that second recipe for success is always moving. Whenever you have an event where you can share the workload, it's so important to have no downtime. There can never be both partners not doing something. You have to have one person moving. It is you and your partner versus the workout. So pacing on every single rep is crucial. As soon as pacing starts to slow down, swap out.
And so far, we've seen just about every team swap out here on this initial set of 40 thrusters at 95 pounds. After this, it's the 6 legless rope climbs.
These athletes are going to advance their bar forward after these 40 thrusters. So the distance between your partner is going to increase as we get through this event. So this is the time where it's fine to make these quick changes and do more transitions. And then later on, take a little bit longer chunks because there's a lot of running there in between the barbell.
Lane 6 and 7 on the left. That's CrossFit 417 on the right. Black flag, CrossFit Compete. It's like Hunter Abilla on the left side of the screen for 417. And on the right, Angelina Bauer going through her thrusters.
417 there in lane 6. They're tied at 120 points with 10th place AB CrossFit. So there's one position out of that second heat, a faster heat typically that we see. So I expect them to do well. They're the ones that could push for AB's place there.
Peak 360 CrossFit down in lane 9. They got to the rope along with CrossFit PHP. So leaders in lanes 8 and 9, the pair of Christina Cook and Jenna Larson for PHP, Katie Price and Brianna Korse for Peak 360. 6 legless rope climbs, and again, just like the thrusters, they can divide them up however they want.
And the hardest part about these legless there that we just saw is the very last reach. There's just so much distance between that top tape and the top grip and then that top crossbar. The ladies, a lot of these athletes need to do that final kip.
Lone Star CrossFit Black, the pair of Bianca Savarese and Sharon Aradine are making quick work of these rope climbs. And Bianca Savarese working her way up, and now just 2 remain for Savarese and Aradine from Lone Star CrossFit Black. First of 3 sets that these athletes will have to do on the rope. The reps do decrease. So first set of 6, then it's 30 thrusters, then 4 legless rope climbs. Savarese and Aradine from Lone Star CrossFit Black are done. And Sharon Aradine is going to get to work on her second set of thrusters. 30 reps she needs to complete here. And then down in lane 7, Black Flag CrossFit Compete. Angelina Bauer in the black going through her thrusters. And she's going to take a break instead of going back to tag her partner.
That's an interesting way to go about it. I mean, I guess you can look at that with a time frame. Your other partner is still fresh and you're not both taxing yourself too much. To any team event, you have to have communication. And if that's part of what their strategy is and their plan for whatever it may be, then we'll see if that pays off.
Bianca Savarese on the bottom left in the red top for Lone Star CrossFit Black. And now Angelina Bauer is going to tag in Lindsay Otanikar for Black Flag CrossFit Compete. In lane 9 is Peak 360 CrossFit. Katie Price going through thrusters there. They were in 3rd place. Now here comes Brianna Korse for Peak 360.
In the first round, they were the first team back to the rope. So, and looking at it, it's because of this speed on these thrusters. They both are really strong with that 95-pound bar.
In lane 8, CrossFit PHP, their judge's hand is in the air. Judge's hand in the air also for Lone Star CrossFit Black, as Bianca Savarese will join Sharon Aradine at the rope, and they have 4 legless rope climbs to compete. They are in the lead. And it's CrossFit PHP in lane 8 who has moved into 2nd. ahead of Black Flag CrossFit Compete. They are now back in third.
She's able to keep those arms nice and bent, nice and tight, and that's a great reach. Her hand is really close to that black tape. You want to be as high up as you can with that final pull right here. Very good. It allows for the best possible chance to reach that crossbar.
And Jenna Larson on the right side for PHP. Completed her rope climb, and she's taking a break before she gets back to work. One remains for Lone Star CrossFit Black, and Bianca Savarese is going to try to knock that out and then head back to the barbell with Sharon Aradine and do 20 thrusters at 95 pounds, and then a final 2 legless rope climb. So Lone Star CrossFit Black in the lead here as Zach Carroll Ramirez and Pearson Grant looking on there, waiting for their turn to get out on the competition floor here in the opening event for the teams on day number 2 at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. After this event, we will be halfway through the team competition. The 6 total events that they will face over these 3 days of competition.
To be picky here, Aradine right here, when she got to her bar, she waited to put her belt on, and she's done that. That's the second time she's done that. She is not the... She has time. And when she should put that on, it's tighter before she rolls it over. Every second counts in these team events. It always comes down to the transitions and being really tight with the little stuff. And now we see a no rep. And these women are just getting out of the way so their men can come through and do the exact same thing. So the pressure is on when you're out there and you know your men are staring, watching you, waiting to get their turn.
Savarese closes out that set of 20 now. 2 final legless rope climbs, and then Zach Carroll Ramirez and Pearson Grant will be on the floor for Lone Star CrossFit Black.
Aradine has looked stronger on these legless, so smart that she's wrapping up the last 2.
And they will have to get to the finish mat before Zach Carroll Ramirez and Pearson Grant can come out. And now Lone Star CrossFit Black, the first team with their 2 men onto the floor in lane 7, Black Flag CrossFit Compete. Lindsay Atanikar and Angelina Bauer tag off to Jim Leuenberger and Bailey DeMena. And the 2 of them coming into view, top of your screen in the light tops. Now 40 thrusters for the men.
135 pounds on the bar, really nice first set there.
Nothing changes but the weight, 135 for the guys.
This is where it doesn't have to be even. If you have an athlete that has a cycle time that's faster, it's great to let them just take the bulk of these, especially this first big set.
And down to lane 3, CrossFit Wildwood has their 2 men on the floor, the pair of Mike Petruso and Nicholas Patullo. Patullo, the man on the thrusters. He's on the left side of your screen in the red shorts. Now more teams starting to get their men onto the floor here. CrossFit 417. They have Jordan Kerr and Tim Carlson out on the floor. They are the men in the black shirts. Jordan Kerr with the headband on in the middle of the screen. But Lone Star CrossFit Black, they were the first 2 men to get out onto the floor, and they're looking to hang on to the lead here. They are in the black and red tops in lane number 4. Now in lane 7, Black Flag CrossFit Compete. They have taken the lead. Jim Leuenberger and Bailey DeMena back to the rope ahead of Zach Carroll Ramirez and Pearson Grant. Lone Star CrossFit Black is on the left. Black Flag CrossFit Compete on the right. Approaching the 10-minute mark, we'll be halfway through the allotted time in this event.
Black Flag Compete, both men really hustle. They look strong on this rope, taking turns back and forth. Nice transition. One thing you can do to help your team out is just steady that rope.
Zach Carroll Ramirez and Pearson Grant able to stay even with Jim Leuenberger and Bailey DeMena. Black flag CrossFit compete. At the top of your screen, moving their barbell first, Lone Star CrossFit Black right behind them. Zach Carroll Ramirez on the thrusters for Lone Star CrossFit Black. And it's Bailey DeMena for Black Flag CrossFit compete. DeMena's going to tag out to Leuenberger. Carroll Ramirez brings in Pearson Grant. This is the set of 30 thrusters at 135 for the men, and then back to 4 legless rope climbs. In lane 8, that's CrossFit PHP, Keaton Coates and Cade Johnson. They moved into 3rd. Bianca Savarese shouting instructions to the pair of Zach Carroll Ramirez and Pearson Grant for Lone Star CrossFit Black.
And just moments ago for PHP, this is Jenna Larson. As they were running back and doing that final sprint, she got up limping as she jumped over that final bar. So took some few extra seconds to get over. Hope she's okay.
Well, we will definitely keep an eye on that as Lone Star CrossFit Black and Black Flag CrossFit compete, continue to lead here in the first of 2 heats. Lone Star CrossFit Black on the left, Black Flag CrossFit compete on the right. 4 legless rope climbs to complete here. Then back to the barbell for 20 thrusters and then 2 legless rope climbs to close things out. Zach Carroll Ramirez is going to go for 2 on the left side of the screen, and on the right it's Bailey DeMena working his way up the rope for Black Flag CrossFit compete. Final 2 reps for Lone Star CrossFit Black. Black Flag CrossFit compete with 1 remaining on the rope, and Jim Leuenberger is going to take care of that. Lone Star is done. Zach Carroll Ramirez and Pearson Grant joining Jim Leuenberger and Bailey DeMena now on the final set of thrusters. 20 reps at 135.
Beautiful transition for compete. As soon as that bar was rolled into the appropriate box, he started his thrusters. They've run a real nice tight race. I love their transitions.
Bailey DeMena on the right for Black Flag CrossFit compete, and on the left it's Zach Carroll Ramirez for Lone Star CrossFit. DeMena making the tag to Leuenberger. Zach Carroll Ramirez is going to continue to work, and now he will tag in Pearson Grant. Zach Carroll Ramirez heading back to the rig as we send it down to Nikki Fraser.
Yep. So I'm here with Guido Trinidad, who is the head coach over at Peak 360. We're watching your ladies, unfortunately a little bit caught up on that rope. You've been in this situation before. You've been an athlete. You've been a coach. What's happening when you're kind of stuck on that one movement?
It's a little mentally defeating sometimes, for sure, but you just got to keep a positive perspective and know that it's only one workout and it doesn't define you, right? And just, try to grind it out for the rest of the time.
Thank you so much, Guido.
Yeah, for sure.
Lone Star CrossFit Black, Zach Carroll Ramirez and Pearson Grant coming across the finish line, and they will set the time to beat. And here come Leuenberger and DeMena for Black Flag CrossFit compete, 13:43.58 seconds. The top time for Lone Star CrossFit Black. Black Flag CrossFit compete 7 seconds behind them.
They moved so fast in that final round of rope climbs, and their thrusters, they were tight.
Keaton Coates and Cade Johnson for CrossFit PHP trying to take 3rd place in the heat. CrossFit 417 in lane 6 is going to try to chase them down, but there go Johnson and Coates. And they get across the finish line. They will take 3rd place in the heat. 417 is going to be right behind them. And they'll come in 4th. Three teams left on the floor. CrossFit I Love It, CrossFit Wildwood, and Peak 360 CrossFit. And now in lane 3, that's CrossFit Wildwood. Nicholas Patullo and Mike Petruso coming across the finish line. Now CrossFit I Love It. Justin Thompson and Patrick Midgley closing things out for their team. Peak 360, the last team on the floor. And their women have just run into a wall here on these legless rope climbs.
This was a common scene years ago when they came onto the scene, but for newer athletes, when you start to compete, it doesn't mean all these athletes have been competing that long. So even though we see the difference, the only thing you can do is wait and you gotta just wait until that you regain some strength to be able to get back up there.
Erin Helmley and Brianna Kors talking things over. They have just one rope climb remaining on this set. And given where their barbell is, it looks like this is round 2 for them, for the women. Last night we had Matt Fraser in the booth. Later on today, we will have Rich Froning join us. That's Brianna Kors, who was talking things over with Erin Helmley, and good to see that they're keeping a good attitude about this. I don't know if they're going to make another attempt or not.
Well, here's the thing. As a team, back in 2016, I was on a team for the regional competition, and there's just parts of the competition that you know you're going to struggle with. If you have a teammate, or if you're the teammate that you know you can only do so much. So I'm sure this is no surprise that they were going to be a struggle. It's just when that wall was going to hit and what was actually going to happen. Look at this. And that's where you just need to wait. You need to wait it out. And it's frustrating when you're out there on the competition floor. You want to be able to go faster, but there's just certain movements that if you don't have the capacity to do so, you have to stand there with a couple minutes left.
Katie Price onto the thrusters. This is the set of 20 for them. Two and a half minutes to go before we hit the time cap. Katie Price is going to do all 20. And now 2 legless rope climbs. There goes Brianna Kors. And she was able to make the touch. Great effort from Brianna Kors there. .90 seconds left before we hit the time cap. Katie Price trying to close things out for the Peak 360 women here.
Nice. And the fact that you get through it, that's the thing. You know, Sean, I mean, stand there.
I think she got a little bit of a good call on that one. It did not look like she made touch. I mean, she made contact with the beam. But a great effort nonetheless. You know, Erin Helmley and Hector Mateos are just going to try to get as many thrusters as they can here. Lone Star CrossFit Black, they set the time to beat 13 minutes, 43.58 seconds. Zach Carroll Ramirez and Pearson Grant doing a nice job of holding off Black Flag CrossFit Compete, the pair of Jim Leuenberger and Bailey Demento there late in the event.
Yeah, they did a great job holding them off. Their ladies first, though, did set them up with a little bit of a cushion, which is why it was so impressive that Compete was able to close in on that cushion. The ladies had real nice fast transitions. Here at the end, we have the last two rope climbs, really strong back-to-back for Aerodyne. And then when their men came out, they didn't quit. Despite the pressure that Compete put on them, was leading the whole way through the men's portion of this event. Those last final rope climbs were super fast, and they were able to sprint right to the finish and pick up the event heat win.
13:43.58 seconds for Lone Star CrossFit Black. Black Flag CrossFit Compete about 7 seconds behind them. PHP comes in at 14:36.92, followed by CrossFit 417, and then CrossFit Wildwood rounding out the top 5 for heat number 1. As we get closer to the conclusion of the weekend, this is what's at stake over these 6 events here. The top 5 in each division advancing to the 2022 Noble CrossFit Games. If you finish as an individual in spots 6, 7, or 8, your season is still alive. You earn a chance to compete in the Last Chance online qualifier. We are in the middle of event number 1 for the teams here, the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge from the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Sean Woodland with 2009 CrossFit Games champion Tanya Wagner and Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. Event number 2 for the teams is the thrusters and legless, but this is where event number 3, this is where we come in. CrossFit Mayhem Independence at 195 points. Shoefly Storm Squadron 10 points back of them. Camo Athletics CrossFit, they right now sit in that 5th and final spot. They're 5 points up on Coda CrossFit United. Thrusters and legless presented by the U.S. Army kicks things off here on day number 2 for the teams.
The female pairs and then the male pairs will do this couplet of thrusters and legless rope climbs, starting with 40 thrusters, going down by 10, and then the legless rope climbs are going to go down by 2, 6, 4, 2. Men's bar is 135. The ladies' bar is going to be 95 pounds.
You've seen one heat. Do you add, take away, or change anything with the trifecta recipe for success?
I'm going to keep it as is. When you're ready, go for the rope climbs. We saw how different teams broke those up, or some athletes stayed and did multiple reps. You need to go. Whoever is ready needs to go. And then always be moving. Your body needs to be moving. The barbell needs to be moving. You cannot rest at the same time.
Lane assignments for the second and final heat here in event number 3 for the teams. CrossFit Mayhem Independence, they are your overall leaders. They are in lane number 5, and then CrossFit Shoefly Storm Squadron, they sit in lane 6. One of the surprise teams from yesterday. Two teams from CrossFit West Chase are competing here. This is CrossFit West Chase Red. They come in 9th place overall.
West Chase Red and West Chase Blue will be side by side in this event. And for these athletes, this is part of the affiliate fun that when you get to be on the floor together. It's no different than how you're training all season. So it's really nice to be able to have someone to pace and push against when you're competing out here, because a lot of times you don't know the other teams, but you do know who you see every single day. So that'll be good for both these teams.
And send it down to Nikki Brazier.
I'm going to be very curious to see who during this heat ends up moving the quickest, but also who ends up not being caught up on those legless rope climbs. We saw a couple teams in the last heat struggle, and especially the team in lane 10 I was watching never even let their men through out of the gate after the rope climb. So interesting to see who gets caught up there and who doesn't this time around.
Stand by.
second and final heat has begun. 13:43.58 seconds. That's the top time from heat number 1. It belongs to Lone Star CrossFit Black. Kimberly Ducray for CrossFit West Chase Red, closest to the camera, out first on this initial set of 40 thrusters at 95 pounds. Hannah Hardy next to her from CrossFit West Chase Blue.
Couple different strategies here from the get-go. Some teams are breaking pretty quick, looks like after 10. Others may be holding on for more. If you think about this one like Fran, you think of it as a 20, 15, 10. You could break that up in half, and that'd be about the work, but it just depends how much that takes out of you. So if you have an athlete stronger on the thrusters or someone who likes the thrusters, let them take a little bit more of the work here. Mayhem looking pretty relaxed. Alexis Johnson there.
Sasha Nieves.
That barbell weight's no problem for her.
She had a great performance in event number 1 yesterday, hitting that lift on the 11th platform to give Mayhem Independence the win in event number 1. Now 3 reps remaining for Sasha Nieves on this initial set of 40.
Great speed.
In lane number 7, CrossFit Kilo 2, the pair of Dieter Franzen and Ali Zierke were first back to the rope, followed closely by lanes 5 and 6, Mayhem Independence and CrossFit Shoe Fly Storm Squadron. Let's go back down to Nikki Brazier.
I'm here with James from Surface Co. And you guys are responsible for the beautiful flooring that we see here at the MAC. So I would love to hear from you. How did you decide on this flooring specifically for this event and so much of it, truly?
Yeah, basically we started with what would be safest for the athletes to perform on. Then from there we went with what would be the best for the MAC, the CrossFit Games, to put it together for ease of application, and then what's visually pleasing for the spectator for these world-class athletes to make a great stage for them.
Now you guys at Surface Co., you obviously take care of mats and flooring for big events like this, but you also can do this for someone on the affiliate level and the local level. So what do people with home gyms and affiliates need to know about what their options are for flooring?
Yeah, so we specialize in revulcanized rubber. So basically we heat rubber up to 350 degrees, melt recycled rubber back together. We make everything from stall mats, rolled rubber, all the way up to this game system here. What they really need to look at is their space, what they want out of it. Are they going to drive their car on it if it's a homeowner? A gym owner needs to look at, do I want a puzzle design? Am I going to be moving? Should I get a permanent floor or a non-permanent floor? Like this floor here, you can pop up and move to your next facility because every facility wants to grow. So you can buy this floor and expand on in a few years if you go. So aesthetics, and ease of application, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, as far as installation goes, is this the kind of thing that people can do on their own? Is this the kind of thing they need to bring in specialists for?
Actually, this system is pretty cool. Our company is really small. This system was designed like Legos. It's very modular. So we sent the event here at the MAC and the Syndicate a drawing of the floor, but you can twist and turn this floor, move it through a doorway. It's really like a set of Legos. We made it user-friendly, and we Yeah, I'm sorry.
Very cool. James, thank you so much, and thank you to Surface Co. for doing this design for us for this weekend.
Absolutely. We're really excited to provide these athletes with a floor they deserve to perform safely on and have a great weekend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Kona CrossFit United right now, they're in the lead. The pair of Taylor Sanders and Randall Leahy. They're on their set of 4 legless rope climbs. And in lane 3, the team from Camo Athletics CrossFit, the pair of Addison Balderson, who's going to the rope right now, and Toya Nelson now with 1 rep remaining. And they are done. Camo Athletics CrossFit, along with Coda CrossFit United, the first 2 teams to start their final set of thrusters. 20 reps at 95 pounds. And so far, the women in this heat are about 40 seconds ahead of the pace that was set by Lone Star CrossFit Black when they put up the top time in heat number 1 of 13:43.58 seconds.
And they're just pulling this barbell right back down. That's the way you cycle thrusters. Faster, you pull the bar back down to your shoulder.
And Lone Star CrossFit Black's women got done at 7:27 as Randall Leahy hands off to Taylor Sanders in lane number 8. Next to them in lane 7 is CrossFit Kilo 2. Deidre Franzen working on her final set of thrusters, along with Ali Zirke. Camo Athletics CrossFit, bottom left-hand part of your screen. They are back to the rope for the final time. 2 reps remain for them, and 2 reps remain for Coda CrossFit United. Addison Balderson on the left in lane 3. She is done, and she and Toya Nelson will work their way down the floor, and that will bring out Joe Cates and Nick Peterson.
I love their urgency. They were in tune. They knew what they were doing. They sprinted to the finish line here. Coda kind of trots across.
Joe Cates getting to work first. He came up to me before the event started. He said, "I'm going to help you out. I'm always going to wear a headband today."
That was kind of him.
That was very nice. I appreciate that. Right side in lane 8, that's Coda CrossFit United. Colby Thomason and now Toby Johnson onto the thrusters as Nick Peterson on the left side of your screen for Camo Athletics. And now the men for CrossFit Kilo 2 have gotten onto the floor. Brandon Hornback and Austin Nettlekoff. CrossFit Shoe Fly Storm Squadron also has their men onto the floor. Mayhem Independence's got their men as well, as Angelo DeChico is in the middle of your floor in the all black. There's lanes 3 and lane 8. Those are your leaders coming into this portion of the event.
There's always something to be said about the pair that goes second when you already feel like you're behind and you didn't start yet. So that urgency, you need to still manage that. You have to keep your tempo up, and you're trying to make up ground, but you also have to stay within your limits.
Toby Johnson and Colby Thomason are done first in lane 8 for Coda CrossFit United. And now Joe Cates and Nick Peterson, left side of your screen for Camo Athletics CrossFit. Close behind them, 6 legless rope climbs here. And Joe Cates is going to go right back to work. Nick Peterson for Coda Athletics. Colby Thomason on the right side for Coda CrossFit United. This is the fight for first place right now in this heat. Mayhem Independence, they are starting to gain some ground. Luke Parker and Angelo DeChico are back to the rope.
But for Camo, they got a no rep. They say he didn't touch the top bar, so they're going to have an extra. He didn't realize it was a no rep, so now they go back. That was costly.
In lane 8, Coda CrossFit United now starting to open up a bit of a lead on Camo Athletics CrossFit. As Nick Peterson rolls the barbell forward for Camo Athletics. Top of your screen in the gray is Coda CrossFit United. Colby Thomason and Toby Johnson. Thomason, the man now in the gray shirt at the top of the screen, working through the thrusters for Coda CrossFit United. Past the 9-minute mark.
Making quick transitions here.
That's Toby Johnson on the thruster for Coda CrossFit United, who have taken the lead from Camo Athletics CrossFit, mostly because of that no rep that Camo Athletics had on their set of 6 legless rope climbs. Luke Parker and Angelo DeChico in the middle of your screen are now solidly in a second-place position behind Coda CrossFit United as Colby Thomason gets through his first rep here on this set of 4.
Awareness is key with a movement like legless rope climbs, to know if you have an extra second to breathe there and where you're at.
Coda CrossFit United, they are done. And they go back to the barbell for their final set of 20. Luke Parker and Angelo DeChico are right there with them. In fact, DeChico got to the barbell first. So Parker and DeChico have moved into the lead.
And they're both tall men to be moving that thruster bar as quickly as they can. I'm really impressed that they were able to make up the time. It must be on the legless where they did so.
Luke Parker back to work as Colby Thomason and Toby Johnson swap out again. Thomason, the man on the barbell on the right side in the gray. Luke Parker trying to bring home a second event win for Mayhem Independence. This one's going to be close. Final rep for Parker, final rep for Thomason, and they go back to the rope at the same time.
But Parker needs to hustle.
DeChico to the rope ahead of Thomason.
Look at DeChico. He's flying up that rope.
DeChico knocks them both out. And Mayhem Independence coming from behind, and their second event win of this competition. Coda CrossFit United is going to take second.
Out of nowhere.
That is big for them, because this is the team that was just ahead of them in the overall standings. The pair of Joe Cates and Nick Peterson for Camo Athletics CrossFit. And now they are done. It was only a 5-point lead. And they will now be tied in points. AB CrossFit coming across the finish line. Mario Santiella, who celebrated a birthday yesterday, and Ivan Verdun. But now in lane 1, CrossFit West Chase Red, the pair of Dylan Bailey and Aaron Hanna finishing up. So every team in this heat so far has gotten inside the time that was set in heat number 1 by Lone Star CrossFit Black. Kilo 2 is in along with the Shoefly Storm Squadron, less than a second separating the two of them. This is Coda CrossFit Ironview Allegiance, and they are done. Casey McAllister and Kevin Schutz are in. And down in lane number 9, it's Decorum CrossFit, the Ohio Brutes, on their final rep. Every team so far that has finished has gotten ahead of Lone Star CrossFit Black from Heat 1. West Chase Blue, the last team out on the floor. And now they are done. Garrett Ross Johnson and Kyle England to close things out. They're going to take 11th in the event. The CrossFit Mayhem Independence, Angelo DeChico and Luke Parker coming from behind to take the event win and add another 100 points to their total.
They weren't the first men out on the floor when it was their time to work, but man, they hustled, they made up the ground, and that feels good. So really, the highlight for this event really was how Mayhem Independence did on their rope climbs. They were perfect. We saw a lot of the athletes out there kind of Bob will have some struggles when they got to the rope. The ladies for Mayhem Independence were not the first ones out. They weren't the first ones through. So their men did have some ground to make up on the ropes. And we had some of the other ladies here with the thrusters that were a lot stronger. They got through a lot quicker. Their Shoefly Storm Squadron. And we were watching Camo. Camo had a couple issues on the rope with their men. They were leaning over Coda, but then they had some issues. And really, it was all about Independence's speed and how clean they did these rope climbs. That's where they made up the ground, and all these men took advantage of the opportunities when they had them on the legless rope climbs.
Great speed from Angelo DeChico on those final 2 reps. Let's go down to Nikki Brazier.
Let me start with you, ladies. When an event like this sort of kicks off and you know that you're the start and you are kind of holding up what could be the caboose coming in, does it put any extra pressure on you?
You know, it's just a job.
Yeah.
We go out there and our job is to get done as fast as we can. We can't put that pressure on ourselves because then if we start messing up, we're then stressing out. So just get the work done.
Sure. And so for you guys then kind of bringing up the rear, is it a matter of just staying in your lane, or do you change your strategy based off of where you end up starting?
Definitely change our strategy. So if we had an idea of if we were ahead or if we were behind, and we were behind just a little bit, so we kind of called that audible before we started.
Yeah, and what do you do? What do you do to make up that ground when you need to?
Make it hurt. So bigger sets, don't break it up as much as we want, and just suffer, yeah.
So let me ask you guys, coming out here as another Mayhem team, we've seen 2 more already qualified. How important is it for you guys to get to games versus stand atop the podium?
I think the pressure's there to qualify mostly. We want to win, obviously. We want to win every event. So in the order of qualify, win this event, win every event, get in that order.
Well, great job, guys. Congrats. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
CrossFit Mayhem Independence with a time of 11:55.21 seconds. And in case you're wondering, that would have been in second last week behind Mayhem Freedom. Coda CrossFit United will finish in second place. Camo Athletics CrossFit takes third. AB CrossFit and CrossFit West Chase Red, the rest of the top 5. Let's go back down to Nikki Brazier.
So I'm here with Karen Cedeno, who's the head of athlete relations here at the MAC, and I would love to know from you, you have so many athletes, from teams to individuals, men and women. That's a lot of people to wrangle. Exactly how do you handle all of that?
I mean, I think it starts a few days before, kind of getting an idea of who the athletes are, going through the list. My team does inventory of making sure everyone's here in the morning, checking them in, double checking, and I think the biggest part is making sure that we're on time and athletes get to where they need to be when they need to be there.
You have been part of the MAC community for a long time, and this event has grown so much over the years, from a community event all the way up through to a CrossFit semifinal. How have you seen those changes come into play?
I mean, I think it's been amazing to see the growth. Community's always been important, and I think 12 Labors as a brand, as an affiliate, definitely holds a high standard with the coaching staff, the events it puts on, and you see that coming through in the MAC. We've evolved, we've grown, and we've maintained that higher standard so that athletes, volunteers, everyone involved has a wonderful experience and wants to come back.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for everything you've been doing here all weekend.
No, of course, thank you for being here. It's really exciting, and can't wait for the rest of the weekend to come.
The crew here at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge does a fantastic job of putting this event on. Teams are done with their first event of the day. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the individuals pick things up with event number 3. Stay with us, everybody, here in Knoxville, Tennessee. The 2022 Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge is brought to you by Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Arasti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. Thorne, the official supplement partner of CrossFit. The U.S. Army, know your Army. And Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows. No bull.
We're helping our members not only with their fitness 1 hour of the day, we want them to improve 24 hours a day, every day of the year. We're helping with nutrition, we're helping with their sleep, their recovery.
I take Thorne every day as a multivitamin, a pre-workout, and then before I go to bed. After using Thorne products, I feel a lot more powerful in my workouts, and then I can also focus better not only in the gym, but outside of the gym as well.
Entertaining all the player hating imitators who imitate the simulators, but they can't debate us. Why even losing? You can see that I'm a winner, baby. Y'all just don't know the places I go. I've got my flow, my gut, my soul, my whole inside's alive with that glow. Y'all just don't know the places I go. I've got my flow, my gut, my soul, my whole inside's alive with that glow. Y'all just don't know.
Hi everybody and welcome. We're going to first begin by talking about the definition of CrossFit.
All right guys, go ahead and sit back and down. Fight for that position. Push your knees apart from each other. Just like that. Excellent job.
This is a fitness that is considered broad, general, and inclusive.
What's the biggest impact I can have on this athlete right here in this second?
Adcock. Danielle Kearns, lane number 6. Lane number 7, Gabrielle Spence. Leah Irons in lane number 8. Mary Helen Saunders in lane number 9. And Rachel Thibodeau, lane number 10.
One minute athletes, 1 minute. Seconds, athletes. 30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
And here we go, folks, like a shot. They are off and running again. This is event number 3 here at the MAC. This is a repeat of 2014 regional event number 5. That's going to consist of 10 rounds of legless rope climbs and sprints. You'll see our athletes that will make their way back. 3 points of contact behind that yellow line. Bit of a shuttle sprint, head back down, and rinse and repeat. They'll do the exact same thing over and over again. If you are in the stands, especially on the finish line side of the floor, you can see the cards that are flipped over to indicate the round that our athletes are on. Irons in lane number 8 in the lead. Right behind her, though, Spence and Kearns.
Jordan Adcock right there with him, late number 5. You heard Larry. Once that athlete has completed a round, their judge will move that placard so that numbers are completed rounds, not the current round that they're on. And when they run across that finish line, you'll see a number 9 on there as they finish that 10th and final round. Just 90 seconds in, Larry.
90 seconds in, we already have several athletes on round number 4. Moving into round number 4. Athletes making quick work of it. Again, every time we talk about this particular event, Elijah Muhammad's performance in this event back then comes to everyone's mind. Mike and I were lucky enough to call that event live as it happened, and it was just as amazing in person as it was watching it over and over again.
That's a historic video from 2014. It still gets dropped every once in a while, and we definitely were privileged enough to see that.
Yep.
That was a fun one to call.
Talk about setting the gold standard for this particular event. But right now it's about the ladies on the floor. They're making a short work of it in the middle section of the floor. A number of our ladies on to round number 5.
Leah Irons looking to be holding down that number 1 position in lane number 8. Followed by lane number 6, Danielle Kearns. And now lane number 7, Gabrielle Spencer, 1, 2, and 3 at the 3-minute mark. Working in round number 7 for your leaders.
Leah Irons, CrossFit ammo, lane number 8 on round number 7.
170-foot sprint. Down and back. It doesn't look like they're sprinting, but I will tell you, after those legless rope climbs, I'd be lucky to crawl. Your leaders working in round number 8 in lane 6, 7, and 8. Down in lane number 2 as well, Samantha Petrich trying to place the catch-up on your leading ladies as she's finishing up her 8th rope climb.
Looks like lane number 6. You may have just said that, Mike, but lane number 6, Kearns now with 8 showing on her scorecard. Same story in lane number 7 for Spence. Irons catching a no rep in lane number 8. Very costly at this point in the game as we approach the 4:30 mark.
Petrich in lane number 2 working her 9th round as well. And it looks to be your new leader down in lane number 2. If just by a few feet, Petrich coming out, she'll be on her 10th round. This will be her final round, and looking to solidify here in heat number 1.
Same story, lane number 7 for Spence.
And a good touch-up for Samantha Petrich, and she will sprint to that finish line. Lane number 2 going to be leading the way here and setting the bar high. 5:06 unofficially here in heat number 1.
Lane number 7 blazing through. Going to finish up right around 5:20. That's Gabrielle Spence. CrossFit I Love It athlete. Solid performances from both of these athletes. Well under the time cap. Petrich setting the time to beat right around 5:06. Again, unofficial times. We'll get your official times as we move forward, but that'll be the time to beat moving forward with several heats to go.
Haley Murillo trying to finish up, and that'll do it for her final run. She's got a foot race down in lane number 1 from Casey Wells, but it's going to be Murillo and now Wells right around 6:01 collectively.
Killer job by both those athletes, wrapping it up right around 6 minutes. A number of athletes also onto their final climbs. Adcock looking to finish up round number 9. 1 lane away though. Kearns from CrossFit Krypton. Looks like a miss at the top. Gonna have to repeat that one. Lane number 10, Rachel Thibodeau. We'll close it out. A foot race between she and Irons in lane number 8. Looks like Irons by maybe a stride there at the end. Both of them just past 7 minutes. Marilyn Saunders.
Jordan Adcock will finish up right around the 7:25 marker. Few athletes still out here working hard. 11-minute time cap for event number 3. We're going to get them all the way through to the end. Larry, make some noise, Knoxville.
Schwartz finishing up that rep. She'll come back and touch. She'll put herself in the final round. And Schwartz finishing things up. Lane number 9, wrapping it up all the way. Mary Helen Saunders. Big smile on her face. And she is done right around 8:17.
Final rope climb down in lane number 3, Jessica Schwartz. Eyeing up that rope for the final time. Trying to get up that rope. Let's make some noise, Knoxville. Lane number 3, Jessica Schwartz. Come on, Jessica. That'll do it. And she'll make it with some time to spare underneath that 11-minute time clock. Unofficially, 8:49 for Jessica Schwartz.
Curtin stretching out those hands, forearms, trying to loosen things up a little bit. Just past 9 minutes on the clock.
You ever been to the gym, you ever doing your workout, and you just can't do one more rep? And you're like, oh, okay, well, that was a good day at the gym. Well, you're not doing it in front of a couple thousand fans, right?
You're right. Absolutely. It's not on the competition floor. It's not in Knoxville. It's not in front of thousands of people.
Don't forget the millions streaming across the internet as well. We're going to be here for coming up on the 10-minute mark. Just over 1 minute remaining. I know she can do it. I know you folks know she can do it. Anybody here from CrossFit Krypton? You're going to have to cheer louder than that.
All right, here we go. Coming up on 10:30 on our clock. Gonna have a little over 30 seconds remaining. There we go. Let's get behind her. Danielle Kern's making her way up that rope. We know she can do it. Shoot, she's done it 9 times already. Oh, yeah. Big, strong pull. Big thumbs up at the top. Kearns wraps it up. 10 reps in. And Danielle will sprint it to the finish under that time gap right around 10:48. Big round of applause for all of our athletes. Hats off to Petridge for setting the time to beat. 5:06 as we move forward. Heat number 2 up next.
Day 2 of the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge continues here at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Individuals on the floor for the first time today. We are through the first of 3 heats for the women in event number 3. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with 2009 CrossFit Games champion Tanya Wagner, and Nikki Brazier has us covered down on the competition floor. It's 2014 Regional Event 5 for Event 3, presented by the U.S. Army.
We get a repeat this weekend. This is one of the standardized workouts coming from CrossFit. It's the 10 rounds of legless rope climbs, and it's going to be a 170-foot run in total for each round. These legless caused a problem back in 2014, but the stimulus is much different this year.
Recipe for Success presented by Trifecta.
Yeah, this one really, it still is about the rope climbs, making them count, but for the ladies, it's just leaving no room for the judges to question whether you made that rep. So hit that last reach, get that crossbar clearly touched, and then you can move along to the next round.
10 women in the second of 3 heats. Lane 6 is Lindsay Porter, who currently sits in 12th place overall, trying to get herself into that third and final heat for day 3.
We're highlighting her here because she is one of our former teen games athletes back in 2015 and 2017. She was at the West Coast Championship last year, semifinals, and she took 18th place. So legless rope climbs have never been a surprise element to her. When she was training, when these came on the scene, she was 13 years old, so they've always been in the repertoire of, I need to be able to do that.
In 2013 at the CrossFit Games, the first time that legless rope climbs showed up in competition. And then the following year, in 2014, they threw them into regionals. And they've been a part of the competition, like you said, ever since then. And we are underway. 10 rounds of the legless rope climb in that 170-foot run. Samantha Petritz has the time to beat from heat 1 at 5:07 flat. In lane 9, it's Taylor Babb, who's out front early, along with Kara Napoli in lane 7. Also Rebecca Fuselier in lane 5. And it's Fuselier now and Taylor Babb.
With 10 rounds, you know, these first beautiful rope climbs, everybody has them, so we can't tell. We won't be able to tell till about the midway point to see whose pace starts to change, who slows down a little bit, and you only need to run as fast as you are ready to climb. There's no need to tax yourself, especially on the ladies' side of competition.
Top time so far that we've seen in the semifinals. Chrissy Aramo O'Connell at 3:21 last week at the Syndicate Crown. Tia Toomey down at the Torium Pro did this in 3:32.
They were just blistering through theirs.
Top 2 on the screen on the left, Rebecca Fuselier in lane 5 and Taylor Babb in lane 9. The two of them through their 4th round now. Taylor Babb, 18th place overall coming into this event. Fuselier in 11th. And Babb with a slight lead on Fuselier as they close out round 5. Now halfway through here in the second of 3 heats.
Babb had a really nice big jump. You need that for the legless rope climb. Get yourself as high up that rope as you can using your legs. And the tricky part about it this year is you don't know where the other athletes are. You don't know what round they're on. Back in 2014, there was the chess piece that they had to move every round as they moved down the competition floor. So you really need to look back and check the flipboard if you want to know what round other people are. It's just going to waste too much time. Maybe when you're running down, you can kind of peek at that.
Taylor Babb still in the lead here. She is slightly ahead of Rebecca Fuselier. The two of them through 7 of their 10 rounds. Babb is on the right in lane 9. Fuselier is in lane 5. Fuselier coming in 11th place overall. Had a really strong performance last night in Midline Sadness when she took 4th place in that event.
I love Bab's technique here on the rope. She kind of has a combination of she's keeping that real short, tight pull, keeping herself in close with a bent elbow, but yet she's also doing a tight kip. Keeping some tension through. She's a little hip hop. And there's the big kip swing that some people tend to use, but that can be really hard on the grip. Even though some people like that, it's a lot of time under tension. I don't prefer that, so I like that tight, little tight kip just to help yourself out. She's definitely running her own race here.
Bab is through 9 of her 10 rounds. She's looking to set the top mark here with 1 heat remaining. 5:07 flat is your top time. Bab is done, and she is off to the finish. Rebecca Fuselier will be the next woman across the finish line. Bab comes in at 3:55.69 seconds. Fuselier is in at 4:03.14.
Bab's history is at the, let's just give you a...
Meanwhile, in lane 2, sorry, Tanya, Claire Truax is across. And now, coming across in lane 6 is Lindsay Porter.
No surprise, another teenager from the games in Bab. 3 years, 15, 16, and 17.
Lane 7 and lanes 3 on the left is Kara Napoli, and then on the right, that's Marissa Flowers, and Napoli is done. She'll come in 4 minutes, 47.39 seconds. Half the field has finished here in heat number 2. Lane 10, Emma Gardner out of CrossFit New England. She is across. That's Kalarina Key, who will work her way across the finish line. 3 women left on the floor now. Marissa Flowers trying to close out her event. And she is done. .551.96 for Flowers. And this is Kenzie Nolte. She and Lydia Shockey, the final 2 women on the floor here.
Back in 2014 when we saw this event, the time was much different when we were seeing the last athletes who were fighting for their reps. Oh, she's hanging on for so long.
Kenzie Nolte makes the touch.
And she gets it.
And she's done, and that leaves Lydia Shockey, who just got a no rep on her last rope climb. She got really close to being able to make the touch. She is in round 9 right now. And she still has plenty of time. We have about 4 minutes to go now.
Yeah, the tricky part about when you are in the competition is, all right, you've already pushed the limits of what you normally would do in training. So when you watch yourself on the clock and you really know your splits and all that, your fatigue is just different because you pushed a lot harder than you normally would. So how long do you wait? The last thing you want to do is go too soon, but like we saw in the first heat, there was a lot of waiting around for the athlete to get their last rep, and maybe she could have gone a little 30 seconds earlier, but you just don't want to take that with all eyeballs on you.
Shockey doing everything she can to just loosen up here and prepare for her next ascent.
Yeah, she was holding on for a really long time on the rep that didn't count, an awfully long time, so her grip has to be shot right now.
Coming up on the 8-minute mark. We'll have 3 minutes to go after this. And Taylor Babb has your top time going into the final heat of 3:55.69 seconds. She and Rebecca Fuselier were your leaders throughout that heat. Now Lydia Shockey shaking things out and hoping she can squeeze out another rope climb. And now the entire heat has come back to try to help her through this. And now the crowd's starting to get behind her as well. One more round remains.
And that's smart, shaking out those arms. No need to race this little run here. Shake it all out. But now she has a good gauge of how that one felt, how much time. Take a peek at the clock and see what you need.
"45 seconds before we hit the 10-minute mark. And then we'll have 1 minute remaining. Final rope climb for Lydia Shockey, trying to get inside that time cap and close out this event. Shockey came in 19th place overall. Her best finish was a tie for 7th yesterday in the barbell complex when she lifted 215 pounds. .45 to go. And Shockey has it. Lydia Shockey gets inside that 11-minute time cap. So every woman in heat number 2 finishes the event. But it's Taylor Babb who now has your top time with 1 heat remaining, 3 minutes 55.69 seconds.
And not much changed for Taylor Babb from beginning to the end of the event. She was steady all the way through. Really just ran that one at her own speed. And on her first and her last rope climb, all I want you to do is just take a look at the difference. First one to the left, she gets a little higher reach on each of her pulls. I'm sorry, on the left, and on the right, she has a little tighter pulls, small kips. When she's fatigued, it just takes a few extra pulls to get her to the top. But still, real clean on every legless rope climb.
And as a result, Taylor Babb comes across the finish 3:55.69 seconds. And that is your top time with 1 heat remaining. Rebecca Fuselier right behind her at 4:03, followed by Claire Truax, Lindsay Porter, and Kara Napoli. All of them going sub-5. Quick break. When we come back, final heat for the women in Event 3 here at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. Final heat for the women in their opening event of day 2 of competition at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge from the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm Sean Woodland with 2009 CrossFit Games champion Tanya Wagner. Nikki Brazier is the third member of our broadcast team. She is down on the floor. Coming into the day, here are your overall standings. 3-way tie in points at the top. Brooke Wells has the tiebreak, though, because she won Midline Sadness, event number 2, on Friday. Kyra Milligan, she is 12 points back of Danielle Brandon for that 5th and final spot, but 4 events still remain. Individual event number 3, a repeat from the 2014 regionals.
None of these ladies were there in 2014, so they get a chance to do this one on the competition floor. It's 10 rounds for time, 1 legless rope climb, and then shuttle sprints in between. They add up to 170 feet combined each round. There's an 11-minute time cap. Back when we saw this in 2014, it was who's going to get through it, and now it's how fast can they do it.
The trifecta recipe for success. It all comes down to the rope, especially the last part of those climbs.
Leave no doubt for your judge to know that you're hitting that crossbar and that rep is good.
Lane assignments for the final heat here. Overall leader Brooke Wells will be right in the middle of the floor. Danielle Brandon will be in lane number 3. She currently sits in 5th place overall. And for more on her, here's Nikki Brazier.
I had a chance to catch up with Justin Cutler, who's Danielle's coach, on that 5th place standing to start today, and he said that that is exactly where they want to be. She actually ended up PRing her complex yesterday, so they're in a better position than they originally anticipated. And for this event, he's saying that she's going to set the time early, and then her strategy will waver depending on where the other ladies in the field stand.
There's Sydney Mikulishin, who is in a tie for first in points, but because of a tie break, she is not on top of the overall leaderboard, but she had a great day 1.
She made her games debut last year, and so now we get to see how well she performs under pressure. Fantastic day 1, but now sitting on top of the leaderboard, what does that do for her? Does that fuel her, or is there extra nerves?
Shelby Neal is another woman who has 176 total points. She currently sits in 3rd place. Both finishes yesterday inside the top 5.
Teenager in the games division back in 16 and 17. So she's looking very confident here this weekend to find herself again in 1st place. What's she going to do with that?
10 seconds. Athletes stand by.
We are underway, 10 rounds of the 170-foot run and the legless rope climb, 3:55.69 seconds, the fastest time we have seen today. Sydney Mikulishin in lane 6 and Danielle Brandon in lane 3 out early.
They both are sprinting these.
Mikulishin and Brandon for their 2nd rope climbs at the same time. Kelly Clark down in lane 9 and Bailey Rail in lane 2 are right behind Mikulishin and Brandon.
Danielle Brandon, when she comes down the rope, she just leans into that run, dips her shoulder, and just takes off. You want to hit the ground running? That's exactly what she's doing. If you have confidence, she's looking real good.
And Brandon and Mikulishin dead even now through 3 of their 10 rounds. It's Bailey Rail and Kelly Clark behind them. Rail sits in 3rd. Clark is in 4th. Top 2 on the screen. Danielle Brandon and Sydney Mikulishin.
With these rope climbs, it's not just about how fast you climb, but it's also about the speed of your descent. Both women are really fast coming down. They quick at that lock at the end. Watch their speed as they come down this rope.
Bailey Rail is still in 3rd place. But so far, a 2-woman race for the win here and maybe 100 points, because right now both of these women ahead of Taylor Babb's pace.
And this one might come down to the run for these ladies. Yeah, I think they were the only sport that you don't have to change a thing in an event. Just wait a couple of years and the athletes morph so much that the stimulus changes itself.
And Danielle Brandon slightly ahead of Sydney McAlishan now. Brandon through 6 rounds. This is round 7 for her. McAlishan also on that lead pace as well. Bailey Rail is in round 7, as is Kelly Clark. Brandon now through 7. She and McAlishan still in front. .355.69 seconds is the top time from Heat 1. Now McAlishan, for the first time, pulling ahead of Danielle Brandon.
That's because Danielle Brandon, since round 6, now this is the second round, she's had to kip her last 3 pulls, and that takes a lot more time.
And Sydney McAlishan is ahead of Brooke Wells. Wells, Neal, and McAlishan came into this event tied for first place overall. Now McAlishan starting to open up a bit of a lead on Danielle Brandon. McAlishan finished tied for second in the barbell complex and then finished 6th last night in Midline Sadness and looking to be the overall leader after 3 events if she can hang on right now.
This is big for McAlishan. Hasn't changed a thing, stays tight.
Final rope climb for Sydney McAlishan.
Wow.
And she is going to pick up an event win and will be all by herself on top of the leaderboard. And here comes Bailey Rail, who is able to overtake Danielle Brandon. Rail is in. That'll be good enough for a 2nd place finish in the event as she gets in 4 seconds ahead of Taylor Babb. So Babb is going to finish 3rd right now in the event. Now Danielle Brandon is done. Brandon will finish 5th place in the event, 4:08.36 seconds.
Brooke Wells kipping here, holding on tight. This is a lot for your arms, a ton for your elbow and the grip.
And Wells now a no rep. And now it's a race between Kelly Clark and Taylor Reber. Clark is going to get the best of that. Half the field has finished here in this 3rd and final heat. And we still have plenty of time to go here. Kyra Milligan in lane 8. Still has some rounds to go. Tia Toomey looking on, as in lane 4. That is Shelby Neal, who is struggling.
And Tia's giving Brooke some encouragement. Shake your arms out, shake it out.
And Brooke Wells doesn't get
No
credit
touch.
for that one. Didn't look like she made contact.
It looked like the height was there. Just looked like she didn't get the actual contact.
And now Brooke Wells is taking a walk here. Over in lane 1, Megan O'Donnell is on her final rep. Kyra Milligan as well. So Milligan is done. And she is across. The 2 of the women who were tied for the overall lead coming into this event are still on the floor. Shelby Neal on the right side of your screen and Brooke Wells on the left.
Ooh, and Neal is definitely beat up right now. And she knew it when she jumped up there. If you know you don't have it, just need to wait longer.
Kyra Milligan came across in 6 minutes flat. That was good enough for 16th place in the event. Tia Toomey looking on and trying to encourage Brooke Wells as Wells is trying to close out this event. Here goes Brooke. And that one will count for Brooke Wells. But down in lane 1, Megan O'Donnell passing Brooke Wells. O'Donnell just ahead of Brooke Wells, and I don't think Brooke saw Wells get off the rope.
No, she was down first.
Meg O'Donnell is going to take some points away from Brooke Wells. O'Donnell finishes in 7:14.17 seconds as Shelby Neal knocks out another rope climb. Brooke Wells was 0.4 of a second behind her. Wells will wind up in 23rd place. That's going to be good for just 22 points. And now in lane 7, here comes Faith Ferguson across the finish. The top of the leaderboard is going to look much different after this event than it did coming in. Sydney Mikulishin is going to be your overall leader, and it's likely that Danielle Brandon could find herself in second place. Shelby Neal trying to get through this rope climb. You can see her hands slipping there at the top. She's got to make the touch for this to count. She just can't get there. She pinched her legs. And there is Danielle Brandon, who takes 5th place in this event. That's going to earn her 84 points. Talking things over with her coach, Justin Kotler. Shelby Neal with 2 minutes to go before we hit the time cap.
This isn't just the physical part of competition. This is the mental part. To kind of work yourself, keep yourself relaxed. And visualize yourself, what you need to do, see yourself succeeding.
And Shelby Neal just doesn't look like she has it at this point in the event. If she pinches her legs, it's going to be a no rep. She does, and now she's coming back down.
Today's events are much different than yesterday's, with a little outlier like that heavy first event, the complex. It wasn't the full picture of all the events, and I love the max programming is very well rounded, and this afternoon's event is way different than this one. So again, these athletes here, Brooke, Shelby, they're going to have to come back this afternoon and kind of make up some ground.
Well, Bailey Rail, who is down there on the right side of your screen in the all black, she came in 7th place. She may find herself in the top 5 after this.
Probably, because she is tied at 136 points with Kyra Milligan.
Shelby Neal getting close, trying to gut this out, and a no rep as her legs pinched. The judge already calling her down, and she's not going to be able to finish inside the 11-minute time cap. So disappointing for Shelby Neal. But it's Sydney Mikulishin at 3:43.60 seconds who has your top time.
Good support from your fellow competitors.
And there's Bailey Rail, who managed to get in ahead of Danielle Brandon. Rail finishes 2nd. She's going to pick up 96 points. She looks to find herself inside the top 5 heading into event 4.
But the big turn of events in this event was when Danielle Brandon changed things up and had that little shift of her technique in round 6, round 7. That's where Mikulishin took the lead, and that separation also allowed Bailey Rail to sneak in. Mikulishin looked beautiful on these legless rope climbs, but not just for this event, but bigger than that. Brooke Wells, Shelby Neal, who she was tied in first place with, they struggled on the rope, so this is big for Mikulishin.
3:43.60 seconds. Sydney Mikulishin wins the event, and look how close it was between some of these women as we work our way down the results in event number 3 in the final heat. Let's go down to Nikki Brazier, who's with your event winner, Sydney Mikulishin.
Sydney, that was fun to watch, and you said it was actually fun to do as well. What about that event put it in your wheelhouse?
I really like legless rope climbs, so a workout dedicated to just that. I'm down for that.
Really tight race. There were some girls that were putting some pressure on you. How much of that changes your strategy? Do you kind of decide on the fly?
I kind of just know what I'm capable of, and I go out and run my own race and see what happens.
Now, we haven't said your name all that often, but you're no stranger to competition or to the CrossFit Games. So what would it mean for you coming out on top of this weekend and making it back to Madison?
It would be pretty special. That's definitely where I want to be at the end of this weekend, so just one step closer to that.
Well, congrats. Great job.
Thank you so much.
Sydney Mikulishin picking up her first event win here at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. 3:43.60 seconds, and the name that you do not see is the woman who came in the overall lead, and that is Brooke Wells. She's going to finish 23rd in the event.
It was that last rope climb for her that just gave her some trouble. She hit the wall. Then she got a no rep on one of them. Couldn't touch the top. So a lot of effort went into that final rep.
Brooke Wells just hanging on for all she's worth on this rep, and then was unable to complete it. So 23rd place for Brooke Wells. Sydney Mikulishin, your overall leader after 3 events. We're going to take a break. Light coverage of heat number 1 for the men, and we'll be back with you for heat number 2. Stay with us here at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge.
All right, bringing out heat number 1 of your gentlemen for event number 3. Starting things off here in lane number 2, Connor McDonald. Lane number 3, Tanner Balaz. Lane 4, Jake Marconi. In lane number 5, Justin Rhodes. Lane number 6, William Leahy IV. Lane number 7, Robert Yates. Lane number 8, Frank Mastriani. And lane number 9, Richie Carroll. Rounding out the heat for heat number 1, event 3, Chase Smith. 1 minute, athletes, 1 minute.
Seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. And here we go, Mike. Our first look at the fellas taking on this event. Tell us a little bit about it.
It's a repeat, Larry. 2014 regional event number 5. For our gentlemen, 10-1. We got legless rope climbs, but in between each one, a shuttle sprint down and back of 170 feet. We're going to give them 11 minutes, and I don't think we're going to need it.
Bro, let me tell you, Leahy in lane number 6, not messing around. Watch this ascent. Just like it's supposed to be, quick, fast, in a hurry. Leahy not even letting up on the turnaround. Big touch for Leahy on the sprint back. Leahy closing out 4 rounds, sub 1 minute.
Just 1 minute in, you said it, Larry. Your leading men working in round number 5. They can keep that pace up. Of course, that's a fantastic time. We sort of drop off in that last 5 rounds, but not by much for your fellas. We got 3 heats of men, and everybody here in heat number 1 looking to move up that leaderboard going into the rest of the event.
Leahy, 6 rounds done, 90 seconds in. I'll tell you what, Leahy looking smooth and comfortable there right in the center, looking to keep the pressure on the next 2 heats. Even his transitions have been solid and quick. 7 rounds in is Leahy as we approach 2 minutes.
Your closest competitors coming by way of lane 7 and 11.
Passing the 2-minute mark, Leahy, 8 rounds in, 2 climbs to go. Make that 1.
Rhodes putting on the pressure down in lane number 5 as well. But all alone out in front, Larry, is Leahy.
And here we go, Leahy. Good touch right in the center. Leahy stretching it out right around 232. Man, that's going to be a solid mark.
That is a solid, very fast score. Justin Rhodes sprinting it out. Lane number 5 looking to solidify that number 2 position.
And Justin just under the 3-minute mark. All these are solid performances. Lane number 2 sprinting it out. Tanner on the hop. And he will close it up.
Chase Smith running out in lane number 10 out of Black Iron CrossFit.
Marconi.
Tanner Balaz will finish up. Just crossing over the 3.5-minute mark.
Marconi finishing that last climb. He will stretch it out. Coming up on 4 minutes.
Robert Yates, lane number 7. Solid time as we come in right around the 4-minute mark for Yates. Mastriani unable to hang on to that 10th and final rope climb. He'll give that another go. 11-minute time cap, plenty of time remaining. As Richie Carroll heads back for rope climb number 9.
Richie making his last 3-point turnaround. He'll flip that card. 9 climbs in for Carroll. Mastriani approaching the rope there at lane number 8. He's already got 9 on the board, looking to make it 10 as we approach 5 minutes. Oh, Frank getting waved off from his judge. Looks like he got caught between his legs on the way up. Again, you can have no support from your legs on a legless rope climb. And there we go, getting the thumbs up. Richie Carroll making his way through. And Carroll will close his time down right around 5:26.
At the 6-minute mark. 11-minute time capped event here for event number 3. One final athlete out here working, one rope climb to go. Frank Mastriani. Down in lane number 8, shaking it out. And Frank will mount up on that rogue rig. One more climb. Let's hear it. Come on, Frank. Get up that rope, sir.
That's it. Let's get behind Frank on this one. I think he caught the buckle at the top and not the crossbeam.
Four minutes remaining.
It's passing 7:30 on the clock. Again, Frank getting a lot of support from his fellow heat mates down there. The other competitors have wrapped it up. Down there just offering their support.
Frank getting a lot of encouragement from his competitors down here. He's ready to go. He said, let's do this. One climb to go for Mastriani. I feel it this time. Come on, Knoxville. Let's get behind him. That'll do it for Frank. Come on, Frank. Get across that line. He said, let's go. Plenty of time to spare here for event number 3, and Frank Mastriani will close it down for event 3, heat number 2.
Great job to all the fellas out there. Leahy putting the mark on the board at 2:32 unofficially. See if we can get you an official time for William.
There was a lot of encouragement going on down there. Pretty much plain and simple. It's like, listen, just do the last rope climb and then you'll be done. Thought it was pretty simple, and he said, all right, let's go.
Saturday at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge continues here at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Thank you so much for being with us, everybody. Sean Woodland alongside 2009 CrossFit Games champion Tanya Wagner, and Nikki Brazier has got things covered down on the competition floor. Event number 3 is a repeat from way back, the regional competition in 2014.
It's going to look a lot different, though, this year. It's 10 rounds for time, 1 legless rope climb, and then you have a run in between each climb. It's going to add up to 170 feet each round.
What is the recipe for success presented by Trifecta for this really fast event?
For these men, it's going to be hit the ground running. This is all about your speed.
Lane assignments for the second of 3 heats. Cam Crockett is in lane number 5, trying to work his way into that 3rd heat for the final day. He sits in 11th place overall.
Just 1 place away from that final heat, and he is a familiar face here at the MAC. He took 11th last year, and we're looking for him to make a big move here today.
The top times that we have seen so far, one of them just happened in Heat 1. Bill Leahy, 2:33.30 seconds, beats Spencer Aries' time. And you mentioned hit the ground running. Well, Bill decided to throw a little extra in there.
Hit the ground rolling. No bonus points here in CrossFit for any creative elements, but even with that roll, he still was able to come up with the event record-breaking time, 2 minutes 33 seconds at a reckless speed.
And that is now your top time with 2 heats remaining. There's Cam Crockett, trying to be one of the men to maybe chasing that time down that we saw from Bill Leahy.
Oftentimes we don't get a record-breaking time from Heat 1. Usually maybe not even for the event, but no, overall from the standardized event across all of the semifinals.
Well, last week at the Syndicate Crown, Spencer Aries' top time did not come out of the final heat.
Puts a little more pressure on these other heats here.
Here we go, 10 rounds of the legless rope climb and the 170-foot run. If you want to win the event, you're going to have to set an event record. Phil Muscarella in the all-black in the top of your screen in lane 7 is in the lead, followed closely in lane 2 by John Colty and basically the entire field after that. But Muscarella, first man through his 2nd of 10 rope climbs.
You want to use every inch of your height you can on the legless rope climb. Get a big jump, as few pulls as possible. Nice big hop.
Right side of your screen is John Colty. Left side is Phil Muscarella. Lee Sharam also in the battle for 2nd place, as is Mitchell Stevenson at the bottom of your screen in the black and gray. Muscarella continuing to lead. He is through 4 total rounds. 4 men on the lead pace. Muscarella is in the lead. Colty and Stevenson are with him, as is Lee Sharam. Sharam is at the top of your screen in the green top. Starting to pull even with Muscarella here. 2 of them through 5 rounds.
This is where we sometimes see the shift at the halfway point. We're definitely not going to put up the time to beat overall. But now it's just how close can you get? And definitely their speed slowing down a little bit on the run.
Sharam pulling ahead of Muscarella. Mitchell Stevenson is now threatening to overtake Muscarella for 2nd. John Colty is falling back in the red into 4th. Sharam on the right, Muscarella on the left. Your top 2 men right now in the 2nd of 3 heats. Sharam down with 8 rounds now. Muscarella done with 8. Bill Leahy was coming across the finish line at this point. His top time will stand. The second place very much up for grabs here. Sharam into his final round. Muscarella into his final round. And Muscarella has fallen behind Mitchell Stevenson in lane 1, and Stevenson might be in a foot race here with Sharam in lane 10. Sharam took a look over at Stevenson. Sharam is going to hold him off. He gets in. Stevenson finishes in second, and now Muscarella will take third, followed by Colte in fourth. Sharam's time good for third place in the event. And now in lane 3, Traven Benton is in. Here comes Mike Needleman, and a race in the middle of the floor between Crockett and Riley Good. And Crockett just edges out Good by 0.7 of a second. Zach Watts in lane 4. He's coming across.
And that is fun to watch when it's in that foot race, the last final seconds, 0.1 of a second.
Mitch McClune is the last man out on the floor. And he is in round number 9. McClune is done. And he will close out the heat. McClune gets in with a time of 4:36.15 seconds. Lee Sharam, 3:02.65, the third fastest time we have seen so far, and he takes heat number 2.
Nice work. Right there.
Bill Leahy's time from heat number 1, still the best mark we have seen, as he set an event record in that opening heat. Sharam by less than a second over Mitchell Stevenson. Phil Muscarella takes third. John Colte will finish fourth. Traven Benton is there in 5th place. And then Cam Crockett in 7th, just getting in ahead of Riley Good.
And really the turn of events was it at round 7 when Muscarella slowed down his speed. That's where Sharam took advantage, and his consistency with his time allowed him to get the final climb. It was the sprint to the finish with Stevenson and Sharam. Sharam had the lead just enough, but Stevenson tried to close in and catch him. He just couldn't do it. Nice little foot race to wrap this one up for heat 2.
And Stevenson catching his shin as he got up there on the platform. And I think if he had a little more real estate, he may have been able to track down Lee Sharam. 3:02.65 seconds is the winning time in heat number 2 for Lee Sharam, and Mitchell Stevenson taking second. Take a break. When we come back, third and final heat of event 3 for the men here at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. Knoxville, Tennessee, host of the World's Fair in 1982, and 40 years later, host of not one, but two CrossFit semifinal events. Last week is the Syndicate Crown. This week, the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. Glad you're with us, everybody, today at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum. I'm Sean Woodland, alongside 2009 CrossFit Games champion Tanya Wagner, and Nikki Brazier is the third member of our broadcast team. We'll hear from her in just a second. Your overall standings coming into the day for the men: Saxon Panchik all by himself on top of the leaderboard by 4 points over Dallin Pepper. Luis Oscar Mora, courtesy of a tiebreak, sits in 5th place over Cole Sager, and Spencer Panchik is 25 points out. It's the repeat event from the 2014 regionals, the legless rope climbs.
It was scary back then. 10 rounds for time, 1 legless rope climb and 170-foot run that's going to be split up between those climbs. That back in 2014, there was a chess piece the athletes had to move. Now there's a flip card, so it is going to be a little bit faster this year. It's going to be a lot faster this year.
The recipe for success delivered by Trifecta is
hit the ground running. This one is all about your speed. There's no place to stop. You just got to keep moving, know your speed and your tempo on the rope climbs. Make them all count.
Lane assignments for this third and final heat. Cole Sager in lane 8 is in that tie with Luis Oscar Mora. And I got to do it for Mora on Oscar. Here's Nikki Brazier.
Yeah, it is going to be very interesting to see what Luis can do during this event. We watched him excel yesterday in that single modality weightlifting event, and so I caught up with his training partners to find out how gymnasty he truly is. At the end of the day, they said, surprisingly, this event should be very good for him, so we'll see if it can keep him atop the leaderboard.
Cole Sager has a history of doing very well in events where there's a rope climb.
He does, and he was one of 2 athletes. He and Noah Olson were at the regional when this event was first seen, and he was 3 minutes. Actually, he and Noah both were 3 minutes and 50 seconds on this event. Different different regionals, but this was the year that Cole actually won his region.
Top 5 men, women, and teams from this event advance to the CrossFit Games. And in the individual competition, if you're in spots 6, 7, or 8, your season is still alive. You'll get a chance to compete in the Last Chance online qualifier in July. There's Luis Oscar Mora. Saxon Panchik in lane 5. Your overall leader coming into the event.
And who we expect to also do very well in this event.
Once again, if you want to win this event here at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge, you got to set an event record. Bill Leahy went out at heat number 1 and just smoked this thing. 2:33.3 seconds. And Luis Oscar Mora in the white shirt is out front early with Saxon Panchik. Mora, Saxon Panchik, Noah Olson, and then Spencer Panchik. Dallin Pepper also in that battle for a spot inside the top 4.
Noah with the free fall off the rope. These athletes have to get both feet and one hand across the line for it to count. Little fancy footwork there from Noah Olson. Oscar Mora with his kicks, legs are straight.
Mora and Saxon Panchik tied for the lead. Dallin Pepper is now in 3rd. Spencer Panchik, and then Noah Olson, Cole Sager hanging around too towards the front. Mora and Saxon Panchik neck and neck. They're both through 5 rounds here. Mora done just ahead of Panchik.
They have much different techniques here on their rope climbs. Oscar Mora is just a little faster. He brings his legs up, his hips up high, and uses a little kip from his thigh to help get him up that rope. He's real tight and choppy. Saxon is definitely slowing down. He's a little pause at the top. And he's also slowing down these runs a little bit too.
Luis Oscar Mora on the left, Saxon Panchik on the right. They are through 7 of the 10 rounds. And Saxon Panchik able to cut into Mora's lead, now overtake him. Mora with a little bit of a bobble on that last rope climb. Now into round 9. Looks like Bill Leahy's going to hang on for an event win at 2:33. At 100 points of his total. The second best time is 2:57.55 seconds. Saxon Panchik all by himself in front. Dallin Pepper moving into a tie for second with Luis Oscar Mora. Saxon Panchik, final climb is good. And the overall leader is going to stay there as he picks up 100 points. Dallin Pepper has slid in ahead of Luis Oscar Mora. And Spencer Panchik in a foot race is going to beat Mora across the finish line. We'll have to go to the timing chip. We'll see how that worked out. And Spencer does get credit for beating Luis Oscar Mora. Logan Collins, Tyler Christoffel, and now Noah Olson coming across. Olson in 10th place in the event. Sager was right after Olson, a couple seconds behind him. He's going to take 12th in the event. So Noah Olson came in 9th place overall and finishes 10th in the event. But Luis Oscar Mora looked like he had a chance to win the event. He's going to finish 5th in the event, 4th place in that heat. Noah Olson heading back down the floor. And looks like he's going to try to help Nick Thomas through these last couple rope climbs. There goes Nick Thomas. Cole Sager also walking back. Thomas is the Panchik brothers there. Saxon in the light shorts wins the event. Spencer with a great push at the end to take 3rd in the heat and 4th in the event. And Will Morad in the middle there with Tia Toomey. Talking things over with Saxon. Will Morad, of course, had that great comeback in the final event last week at the Syndicate Crown to get himself back to the CrossFit Games. And here goes Nick Thomas. Still 6 minutes left in this event.
Thomas, who looked so good yesterday in Midline Sadness. He was running away on his hands. Much different test here. And that heat, to get caught up in the speed of this heat, Sean.
There is Luis Oscar Mora, who's going to take 5th place in the event. He's going to separate himself from Cole Sager in that battle for 5th place right now. The two of them, remember, tied in points coming in to event 3.
But how impressive. He is just a mound of muscle. I'm so impressed.
Well, we were talking yesterday coming into the event about who might do well, and a lot of people said, looking at this guy, how is Luis Oscar Mora going to do well here?
Oh, yeah. And that's right.
Because he just doesn't look like someone who'd be able to haul himself up the rope that quickly.
No, and Nicky already talked to his coach, and just how we wanted to see it.
Nick Thomas again trying to get to the top on this rope climb. He is getting closer, and that one will count. He has 1 round remaining. Mora and Spencer Panchik talking things over, the two of them involved in that foot race. And the difference in time between the two of them was razor thin. Spencer came in at 251.94. Luis Oscar Mora came in at 252.07. Nick Thomas trying to get to the top here. Hanging on for dear life. He's just got to touch the crossbeam. He's not going to be able to make it. Three and a half minutes to go for Nick Thomas. And Nick Thomas came in third place overall. He's looking to like he's going to fall out of the top 5. Christopher, Mora, and Sager were the 3 men right behind him in the overall standings. The Sager could find himself inside the top 5 after this event. And don't forget Spencer Panchik, who was also right there as well. And Panchik finished 4th in the event. He's looking to find himself close to a qualifying spot halfway through this competition. 3 events remain after this. That's Nick Thomas's coach. Thomas now with 2 minutes to go. He's in his final round here.
Nice strong kip. Arms look good.
And
nice.
That will count. So Nick Thomas is done. And with that, Heat 3 and Event 3 for the men is in the books. Saxon Panchik on the right, your event winner. Or Heat winner, I should say.
And for the athletes that struggle there at the end like that, for them, the win is finishing it. And you just need to beat that rope. But the big move in this heat was when the ping pong match ended between Oscar Mora and Saxon Panchik. And that came round 8 when Oscar Mora had a little bobble here on the rope. His cadence kind of just fell apart there, but Saxon Panchik just really kicked it into the next gear. And he didn't look back. Here's another closer look here of a little bobble with Oscar Mora. Gets a little caught up in the rope on the way down. Didn't have as quick of a descent. Saxon ran away with no heat behind him. But the final race here was between Spencer Panchik, the other Panchik brother. He got into a little match with him. That was a foot race. Spencer squeaked in ahead of him.
And both of them smart enough to extend that leg and get it over the finish pad to trip the clock. William Leahy, the 4th. He's your new event record holder after his blistering time of 2:33.30 seconds. Saxon Panchik's going to take 2nd. Dallin Pepper will continue to sit in the top 5 after that performance. Spencer Panchik takes 4th, and Luis Oscar Mora will finish 5th. Let's send it down to Nikki Brazier with Saxon Panchik.
There was just no room for error in that entire event. And when it's so close and you're kind of ping-ponging who's in first, how aware are you of the other guys in the lanes nearby?
I try and stay in my lane for at least 3/4 of the workout, and I feel like as soon as I start to settle in, that's when you can kind of make some moves on that back half.
I mean, do you have the energy, though, in the back half? It's hard to kind of figure it out and then hit the gas pedal toward the end.
Yeah, that's where you trust your training and knowing, you know, every day you're training and the work you're putting in is going to count.
Yeah. In the end, I saw you kind of walk down the field of play and cheer on Nick. What does that community element mean for you?
It's amazing. You know, the community, they can get you through anything.
Yeah, totally. Anything in particular that you're looking forward to here for the rest of the weekend?
I'm excited for it all.
Oh, great. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Saxon Panchik will leave as the overall leader after his second place finish in event number 3. We have a new event record courtesy of Bill Leahy IV, 2:33.30 seconds. And then we got that really exciting race between Spencer and Luis Oscar Mora. Noah Olson finishes 10th. He came in 9th place overall. So things getting a little serious for Noah Olson. He looks to get himself back to the CrossFit Games for the 9th time in his career. Let's go back down to Nikki Brazier.
I have Chad here, who is the Senior Director of the Visit Knoxville Sports Commission, and we are so excited to be back in Knoxville for the MAC as part of someone who is the team that makes this kind of thing happen here and really kind of brings the event to life here in Knoxville. What does it mean for you to have the MAC here yet again?
Oh, it's awesome. We really enjoyed it last year, and to come back this year, Wilson and the entire team to come back. I mean, it's just a great event for the community. Everybody enjoys it. They run such a first-class event. It's good to have in Knoxville.
We know what it takes. There's a lot of volunteers. There's a lot of event staff. What does it take from your end, from the city's end, to make this event a success?
It's a very easy event, for us, just because of the fact we know that the quality of event they're going to do. You want to have good events in your city. You want to have good promoters and good event directors, and you don't find many better than MAC.
You guys value sports and athleticism and this type of event just as much as we do here in the CrossFit community. How important is it for you to put that up front, showcase that to everyone here in the city?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. The amount of people that watch this online and see, us doing this event in Knoxville, I think it brings a lot of people wanting to come to Knoxville. And, when Wilson puts his stuff out online for volunteers and for staff to come in, he gets people from all over the country. But there's a lot of people from East Tennessee that want to volunteer as well. So that speaks to our community.
Now, I'm sure you guys have had difficulties in the last couple of years, as have we in the CrossFit community, getting live sporting events back up and running. Now that they really seem to be flourishing again, what does that mean for you guys?
Oh, it's awesome. It makes our job a lot easier. We ran a lot of events in 21. A pretty big one last Memorial Day weekend in Thompson-Boling Arena. So we're back full force. Everybody wants to get out. Everybody wants to go to live events. And as you can see from the crowds here this weekend, they're excited to do it again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Chad, and thank you for having us here again.
Thank you.
Individuals are done for now. The teams are coming up next. And Rich Froning will be in the booth with us for the second and final heat of event number 4. We'll take a break. When we come back, teams back on the floor here at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. The 2022 Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge is brought to you by Arasti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Monster Hydro, the official energy drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. Guaranteed Rate, the official mortgage company of the Noble CrossFit Games. And GoWad, the official mobility partner of the Noble CrossFit Games.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Got our first heat of athletes coming out for heat number 1, event number 4. Heading down into lane number 3, CrossFit Wildwood.
Lane number 4, Lone Star, CrossFit Black. Lane number 5, CrossFit I Love It, Team I Love It. Lane number 6, CrossFit 417. Lane number 7, Black Flag CrossFit. Lane number 8, CrossFit PHP. Lane number 9, Peak 360.
One minute. Thirty seconds.
Ten seconds. Athletes stand by. All right, here we go. Team Event 4, TLC. We call it a TLC because it's a waterfall style event. Men up first.
I get it. I get
yeah,
it.
you get it.
TLC waterfall. I got you.
Men up first on that true form runner. 700 meters before dismounting. 10 ring muscle ups, a 45-foot handstand walk, 10 clean and jerks, 205 for the fellas, 145 for the ladies, and finishing up with another 45-foot handstand walk. Then they'll tag their next partner, and we're going to give them 15 minutes for all 4 team members.
So, Mike, how far are they running?
0.7 kilometers.
So is that same as 700 meters? How many feet is that? Just kidding. Not quite a half mile. That's what I was here when you say 700 meters. Almost a half mile. Nope, they're running 700 meters. It's like Mike said, they'll move forward for those 10 ring muscle ups, some handstand walk and 10 clean and jerks. And then another 45-foot handstand walk to wrap it up and put their next teammate in a motion. 15-minute time cap, as Mike pointed out. Event number 4, second time we get a chance to look at our team athletes for today.
Larry, it goes quick. We're already at the end of the day for our teams. 4th event out of 6 for the entire weekend on our road to the 2022 Noble CrossFit Games. You can't blink when it comes to a semifinal event.
Passing 2 minutes on our time clock. And 15-minute time cap on the board here for event number 4. I guess heat number 1, event number 4, our team division. First look at our teams in this event.
Going to be watching for those judges' hands to go up, signaling 100 meters or less remaining on that true form runner. True form, the official treadmill of the MAC.
See a hand up in the air. They're in lane number 8. PHP coming down to the end of the first run. Same story, 1 lane away for Peak 360. Opposite end of the competition floor, Wildwood there in lane number 3, also down to the last few meters. It's going to be lane number 8, PHP, off first and to the rings. Again, next up on his to-do list, 10 ring muscle-ups. Wildwood not wasting any time, running to the rings to get started.
Once that athlete touches the rings, that releases their number 2 and so on athlete to jump on that true form runner. Ten ring muscle ups, looking for most of your teams to go unbroken on that set of 10. Like we said, a waterfall event with your first teams dismounting now. CrossFit PHP, lane number 8, looking to get inverted, lead things off.
.417 right in the mix. Right now, though, it's PHP followed by, I believe that's Lone Star Black. And Peak 360. Lone Star coming down at the same time, heading to the barbell along with 417.
205 pounds on that Rogue barbell for the fellas. Looking for 10 clean and jerks. From the ground, full lockout with a pass through that shoulder position. Coming up on the 5-minute mark. Athlete number 1 just about complete after the clean and jerks. 45 more feet of handstand walking for athlete number 1.
Hand in the air, last couple of reps for PHP, last couple of reps for Peak 360. Who's gonna stay on that bar? Who's gonna get it done? Coming up on 5.5 minutes in. All right, leading off for PHP, done. Oop, not done completely. Still has to do his handstand walk. I understand. We've all been there. We're like, thank God I'm done. Dude, you're not done. There's another round. What? But that might be costly here. Lane number 6, 417, looking to get in the fight as well. Black Flag CrossFit, same speech. Here we go. Now we are up and moving. PHP, Black Flag at 417. Black Flag not able to hang on, tip it over. PHP, now he's good to go.
CrossFit 417, 1 athlete across the stop line, 3 to go. And down in lane number 4, looking to be Lone Star CrossFit Black, your next athlete across. PHP looking to stay out in the lead with their first female athlete as well, as she's off and swinging on her set of 10 ring muscle ups. And now lanes number 5 and 3. 5 is CrossFit I Love It. 3, Wildwood. We'll round out your top 3 teams as we make our way through event number 4, TLC. And I Love It moving out in front now, making their way through those ring muscle ups and moving into that number 1 position, lane number 5. 45-foot handstand walk onto those 10 heavy clean and jerks, 145 pounds for the ladies. And now Wildwood down in lane number 3. Rounding out your top 3 ladies in round number 2 at the 8:15 marker, lane number 8, CrossFit PHP. So it goes 1, I love it. 2, Wildwood, and 3, PHP.
Creeping ever closer to 9 minutes on the clock.
Six minutes remaining. Your leading teams just about halfway through our waterfall style event, with your ladies working on 10 clean and jerks with that Rogue barbell, 145 pounds. Third athlete already on the true form runner. One rep to go down in lane number 3, and a no rep for CrossFit Wildwood. Leaving the door open for lane number 5, CrossFit I Love It. And now Wildwood just a few paces behind. Your race for number 2 athletes in lanes 3 and 5. And Wildwood moving fast on that 45-foot handstand walk. And they'll be your first team to have 2 athletes across the mat, as their third athlete hits the rings down in lane number 3. Trying to move and extend that lead is CrossFit Wildwood. Fourth and final athlete on that true form runner.
PHP, their female athlete, taking a pause just for a second. 11 minutes on the clock. And she kicks up and she will start heading down on her handstand walk. Black flag. Again, with it just within feet of finishing up that handstand walk. PHP will score 2 athletes across the line. Peak 360. In lane number 9, also with 2 athletes done.
Number 3 athlete on the handstand walk, heading out to that Rogue barbell for lane number 3. First 45-foot handstand walk done for Wildwood in lane number 3. Onto that 205 barbell for their second male athlete, third athlete overall.
Folks, we're at 12 minutes on the clock, 3 minutes remaining. Will we see a team with 3 athletes on the finish and a 4th in the mix? 2.5 minutes remaining. Big 360, their third athlete at the barbell as we approach the 2-minute mark. Same story for PHP, their third athlete at the barbell, at least 1 clean and jerk into it. Just past 13 minutes, less than 2 minutes to go, athletes. "90 seconds.
Black flag with another athlete. And we got 1 minute remaining, athletes. 60 seconds remaining. .417. Lone Star CrossFit. Working to finish up some rings. Lane 7, black flag. On to the rings.
30 seconds. Got to ask you guys, handstand walking, 15 seconds to go. 10 seconds. Cheer them on, folks. We're going to count it down for you. We are wrapping this up in 3, 2, 1. That's time. Big round of applause for all your teams on the floor. Great job, guys. Again, we'll definitely have to go to the scorecard, see how that all shakes out. Gonna get things set, reset, and ready to rock.
Knoxville, Tennessee is the capital of the CrossFit world right now. Matt Fraser on hand. Tia Toomey is here. And Will Morad, the man who pulled off that incredible comeback last week at the Syndicate Crown, is in the crowd. And Rich Froning is in the booth with us. Thanks for being with everybody here at day number 2 of the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge from the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. One heat down for teams in event number 3. The second and final heat up next. I'm Sean Woodland with a whole bunch of fitness next to me. 2009 CrossFit Games champion Tanya Wagner. Rich Froning is here. And Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. Rich, we were talking earlier. This is a weird experience for you. You just don't feel like you know
I don't
what you're
like
doing
it
right now.
Yeah. I'm not in control of anything.
What is it
whatsoever.
you say that you do here, really?
I'm helping Bailey with emotional support. I'm Tyler's hype man and Independence's brain. Basically, I just go through and clean up anything that Luke says to anybody else. That's my jobs.
You're wearing a lot of hats, man.
It is. It's difficult to kind of switch that around event to event.
Let's take a look at the overall standings coming into this event. CrossFit Mayhem Independence, 295 out of a possible 300 points. They are comfortably in the lead. CrossFit Shoefly Storm Squadron still in second place with a 10-point lead over Camel Athletics CrossFit, who moved up into that third place position. CrossFit Kilo 2, they are just 5 points back of Coda CrossFit Ironview Allegiance for that 5th and final spot. Event number 3 presented by Rogue, event 4, TLC.
And this is a waterfall style event with the male athletes starting with the true form runner. They're going to run 0.7 kilometers there. When the ladies are on, it's going to be 0.6. And then we'll move on to 10 ring muscle ups, which will free up the next athlete to jump on the true form runner. We're going to continue in that pattern down with a 45-foot handstand walk that needs to be unbroken, followed by 10 clean and jerks at 205 for the men, 145 for the ladies, and then another 45-foot unbroken handstand walk.
You get it?
Yeah.
Don't go chasing.
I do. That's
just making sure.
Thank you for making that joke.
We're all there.
I know everybody was thinking it. Somebody had to say it.
I made a couple really bad ones, so I'm glad that
I'm a dad now, so I have to make dad jokes, right?
700 meters on the true form runner for the first male athlete. Once he's off the runner and touches the rings, that's when the first female athlete can get onto the true form runner.
And so really the key to any waterfall style event is you can't have a log jam. You need your first athlete to be your fast guy, get off the first part of the event. For this one, it's the true form runner, so send somebody fast. You need to check your rear view mirror, know where people are at. If you have a final cleanup person that will do well in this event with these movements at the end, you send them as well. But that pairing and who you send at what portion of this event is really important.
Yeah, you definitely want to send out your fastest runner first, and then as long as you're not holding anybody up from getting on that runner, or getting off the runner, I should say, then whoever your fastest female is through the actual movements, that's what you want. So
what did you talk about when you addressed your team getting ready for this one?
Yeah, there's not a ton. These guys have tested these workouts, and they've had the luxury of having probably 10 days on it. The one piece, the one thing that they don't have at their disposal is this true form runner. We use the assault runner. It is a entirely different stimulus. It's there's a different curve to it. I feel like the true form is a little bit harder, a little bit more hamstring, a little bit slower pace. So one thing you're going to watch and see is, some of these teams might have access to an assault runner. They might blow themselves up a little bit thinking they can hold that same pace. It is a little bit different. When these things get warmed up, it's a little bit different too. So, Luke, you watch Luke here, he'll run fast. Angelo's going to run really fast. I had to actually come through and clean up a little bit for Sasha because Luke came to her and telling her all her paces she needs to run, and she turned around and just had this look of just complete confusion on her face. And I looked at her and I said, hey, don't worry about the number on there. Go by how you feel, because you need to be ready to hop right up on those rings in a minimal amount of sets, be able to handstand walk. She's great with a barbell, and be able to finish the handstand walk. So Luke gets so, the heart is there. The kid, he wants to go all the time, and he's going to give you 1,000%. But, like yesterday on that snatch complex, he could have snatched 315, and he thought he was going to, but you just don't need to. You don't need to take that risk and take that chance where you can steal some points and take some points from other people. So
Luke Parker was the first man onto his 10-ring muscle-ups, and then over in lane 7, CrossFit Kilo 2. They sit in second place. Brandon Hornback on the muscle-ups for his team. And now in lane 6, CrossFit Shoefly Storm Squadron, Nicholas Reed is onto the 10-ring muscle-ups. Now, the athlete behind the men right now cannot get onto the rings until the men are done with this portion of the event. So now it's the handstand walk, 45 feet unbroken, 10 clean and jerks at 205, and then another 45-foot unbroken handstand walk. Alexis Johnson on the true form runner for Mayhem Independence.
Yeah, so you are going to see, hopefully you're not going to see a log jam. You're going to see real quick, though, if that's going to happen, and it's just going to kind of hold you up down the line on some of these other teams. So looks like Luke's moving pretty well. The other two guys next to him moving pretty well as well.
Luke Parker will be the first man to the 205-pound barbell. He has to complete 10 reps here at 205 pounds, 10 clean and jerks.
But for Luke, really, the biggest thing is for his tempo. He doesn't have to go crazy fast because, really, Alexis is also watching him. So
yeah, he
she's
finished
not going to
the run at about 2:30-ish. It is a little bit shorter for the females. It is, like I said, it's hard to tell with this, the true form runner versus, like I said, they tested it. They did do a little extra, I think 100 extra meters when they tested it, just to account for the true form and the difference, just to make sure and see. So we're going to see real quick how that is.
Luke Parker on the left, he is in the lead, and then Alexis Johnson on the right. Parker has 4 reps remaining on his set of 10 clean and jerks.
We did see a couple teams in the previous heat get stuck on that last handstand walk after the fatigue from, you got some muscle ups, you get the fatigue of the first handstand walk. Those clean and jerks aren't light, they will add up. They're a little bit breathy. Luckily, we do a lot of high skill, high weight stuff, good combos. So I don't think any of our people will have a problem, but we did see that in the last heat.
And I think we saw that because a lot of those athletes weren't using their legs as much, probably because they pushed it on the runner, and the runner does just tax you differently than a normal running on the ground. But you can't afford that because you need your shoulders going into that last walk.
So you got Luke finishing here. Alexis is just now walking. Looks like she's finished, so time that one out about perfect. Some of these other teams.
Parker is across. Alexis Johnson can now start her muscle ups. Lanes 9, 10, and down in lane 1. Decorum cross at the Ohio Brutes, AB cross and cross at West Chase Red. I believe that's Aaron Hanna for West Chase Red coming across. And Kimberly DeCray on the runner for West Chase Red is Alexis Johnson. Holds on to the lead here and is on her 10-ring muscle-ups for Mayhem Independence.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Angelo wait just a little bit because he's really good. He's a very good runner. And I feel like Alexis is going to move through this, but it's a little bit different for the females on the muscle-ups. So you might see some of the males here actually have a little bit of time before they jump on those rings.
Yeah, it doesn't pay to hold on to all 10 going into the handstand walks and have to stand there.
Yeah. Little risk reward there, do you want to try that? Wow, good toss, Alexis.
Just chuck that thing into lane 7
by that much.
Yeah. Somebody put that on the old Jason Khalipa softball throw back in 2011.
Yep. Good thing we didn't test that again. Huh?
Bring back the skills.
Man, she's not going to live that one down.
She is going to have to retreat all the way into someone else's lane in order to get that piece of equipment. So she's done with her 45-foot handstand walk.
She ain't even going to use it.
Yeah,
and the best is that you're on air saying it.
I know,
and
right?
This is amazing. This is amazing.
So now 10 clean and jerks at 145 for Alexis Johnson.
Got about probably a 3 or 4 rep lead by the time she gets there.
The CrossFit Shoe Fly Storm Squadron in lane 6.
Decorum in 9. Right there.
Second, Decorum there as well.
Camo in 4th.
Yeah, but unless someone starts holding on, she already has a 4-rep lead.
Yep. I don't foresee many touch and go reps here. You might see some touch and go from Sasha when she gets there.
Shaylin Laurie is in the middle of your screen. She's the athlete for CrossFit Shoe Fly Storm Squadron who sits in second place behind Alexis Johnson and Mayhem Independence. And they are in second place overall coming into this event, just 35 points out of first place. They have a 10-point lead on Camo Athletics for that second place position.
They had a really good day yesterday. Usually you'll see some of those teams that do really well with the barbell. Once you see some team stuff or some synchro stuff, they start to fall apart just a little bit. They did really well, so excited to see what they can do here the rest of the weekend. And then also, barring anything major, they'll make it to the games.
Alexis Johnson is done as Angelo DeChico is going to be the next man out for Mayhem Independence.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to that final female, I have a feeling.
No team in heat number 1 was able to complete the entirety of this event inside the 15-minute time cap. The 4:17 got the farthest. It was 17 reps shy of finishing as Alexis Johnson comes in, and Angelo DeChico will get to work on his 10 muscle-ups as Mayhem Independence stays in the lead. Shoefly Storm Squadron sits in second place.
I feel like Alexis held that through the barbell, that little lead there, so Shoefly should be, we'll see. Angelo's swinging nicely on those rings. But these rings are, it's a weird distance or weird length on the strap. You know, we practice a lot of those long strap muscle-ups because everybody who knows, who has done a lot of muscle-ups, the strap length can completely change just the entirety of the movement. If you try to go too fast with those longer straps, you start swinging forward and backward and doing all this crazy stuff. So you saw Angelo there doing the muscle-ups that I was doing last week, where you're doing one muscle-up about 3 feet in front of the rig and one muscle-up 3 feet behind the rig. So we'll see if that plays into some of this too. You know, it's just different. You come to these things, you get so fired up, you hop up on those rings and you're ready to go, you think, and in practice you do a unbroken set of 12 and you come out here and it's just a completely different stimulus, and that crowd, that energy, you try to control that. So you see some of that going on.
Chico under the barbell for his 10 reps at 205 pounds. Sasha Nieves is on the true form runner. She'll have to complete 600 meters on that.
So Angelo will be about 7 reps in before Camo gets there. Is it Camo? Yeah, Camo's in third, or in lane 3, so. He's added on to Alexis's lead there. He got a nice little rest, though, when he was done, so.
Joe Cates is the man in the bottom left-hand part of your screen, and I'm going to pat myself on the back for finally getting that guy's name right. I have mixed those two up for 2 years now. They're the bane of my broadcasting existence, and I think I finally got it sorted.
Somebody said that yesterday. They both walked by. They do some more Mayhem Athlete stuff, and I forgot who it was. They said, man, those two, I can't tell them apart. So you're not the only one.
It's not fun.
Angelo finishing up those cleans here. It's all going to come down to Sasha. Angelo got real lucky here. Only 90 foot of handstand walk. If there's one thing Angelo DeChico hates, it'd be the handstand walk. So this is about perfect for him. 90 feet at a time.
And smartly resting. No reason to rush through this because Sasha's not done yet.
And that's why what I love about MAC and what I loved about Syndicate was how much time they put into the team events. And you can tell they don't just, I don't want to say a lot of people just pass the teams off and they're just kind of like, whatever. They take their time. They do a really good job of team programming. I just don't love a waterfall event because it's the one place you can hide somebody. You know, you can try to pad them between some people, but still got to pull your weight here and do your thing. So
Joe Cates just finished up his set of 10 clean and jerks. So Camo CrossFit really looking to
move up here
and just stay inside the top 5. They are looking really good right now.
Well, they're coming off that third place win, or that third place position from the thruster rope climb. They're in third place, so using that momentum to close out today.
Sasha Nieves onto her ring muscle-ups. Jalen Franklin for Shoefly Storm Squadron is now just closing out his handstand walk, and Jalen won the occupational games for active duty military, and he snatched 290 yesterday.
You got Kilo on the rings here, sneaking up on Sasha. Sasha's got about 5 reps left, it looks like, and one of the females of Kilo is on the rings.
And Camo Athletics CrossFit has Toya Nelson on the rings. She's in lane 3. And then in lane 6, the Shoefly Storm Squadron. It's Danielle Dunlap in the green pants.
Looks like Sasha got 1 or 2 reps left.
It looked like she had got a no rep. I don't know if she didn't get a lockout.
Yeah, she's working on that, making sure she's pressing all the way up on those muscle ups. We've kind of been working on that in the last couple weeks.
And now we have a tie for first.
There we go.
Toya Nelson for Camo Athletics on the left side onto her first 45-foot handstand walk just ahead of Sasha Nieves.
Going to come down to that barbell. Nice little race here at the end. Going to get to the barbell right about the same time so you can cycle that thing for 10 and hop right back up on their hands.
10 clean and jerks at 145. Nieves gets to her barbell first, and she gets right to work.
West Chase going to try to join the party here. Sasha's so strong and so moves that barbell so well. I don't feel like it's going to be an issue here.
Toya Nelson for Camo Athletics CrossFit trying to keep pace with Sasha Nieves, and Nieves is making quick work here.
I think that's why they put Sasha here at the end. They knew that if it came down to the barbell, she's really proficient on her hands. She can do a handstand walk fatigue, really good at that. And with her with the barbell, she goes
and
touch
there
and
she
go.
goes.
Final couple reps for Nieves.
Just the dagger, you know?
And there it is.
Just make you feel like you're getting close enough, and then now we're still here, got another gear. So hopefully she's smart here, ready to kick up. This is big.
Sasha Nieves looking to get inside that time cap. It won't matter because they're going to win the event regardless of where she finishes. She is the only woman on her final handstand walk, and she may have gotten across. Only thing she didn't do was cross the finish line, so Mayhem Independence picking up their 3rd event win in 4 events here at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. And here you mentioned letting somebody get close and then kicking into another gear. Makes you think about what you did at the games last year in that nighttime event inside the Coliseum.
Oh man, that was fun. That's a memory. One of my more memorable. One of the things I remember the most. Wow, I don't know, tongue twister there, but it was a ton of fun. It was cool in the stadium, and you get when the crowd starts counting your reps, nobody wants to hear "ooh" when you miss it. So that was the only thing that kept us from dropping that barbell. It was a ton of fun.
That was a fantastic effort. And I had the privilege of being able to call that.
I appreciate that.
It was a lot of fun to watch, as was that last event, Mayhem Independence, bringing home another event win as they are in control of the top spot on the overall leaderboard. Luke Parker ran the opening leg there, and then Sasha Nieves brought it home for the win, and it was the work that Nieves did on the barbell that really was the difference. She was singles for the first half of that set of 10, and then when she got with inside 5, she just poured it on.
Luke Parker started this thing off and gave a really good cushion, and then he really just opened the door for all the other athletes to follow behind, Alexis Johnson. And then the wrap-up that we were hoping for, with Rich up here talking us through sending Sasha at the end, was the hope that it was going to come down to hang tight. Let's go back to Alexis's throw. They added it in the replay just to make sure.
I don't know what that was.
She is a math major, so you know the trajectory, the geometry of what goes on. I think,
the trajectory of the ball.
I think she missed too high. It was too high. What do you mean too high? It was too high.
Just in case anybody missed it, we just wanted to get that in there again.
Major League.
Yeah, thank you. And scene.
But it was Sasha at the end who had her little race, but really she just put the nail in the coffin with that one. Hold on for her final 3 reps of clean and jerks.
Yeah. Give Sasha a barbell, and she's one of the top ones to watch for sure.
Mayhem Independence, the event win. Let's send it down to Nikki Brazier with the crew from CrossFit Mayhem. Technical difficulties with Nikki's mic. We'll get those fixed and we'll get it back down for the interview. The good crowd is on hand here on this Saturday at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge.
It's a cool venue. Hockey venue. Last year was awesome being in Thompson Bowling, but this is a cool spot too.
Yeah, a lot more intimate here.
Intimate, yeah, intimate. Good word.
Does it remind you of regionals?
Yeah, you get a regional feel here, man. I like I said, the people at MAC and Syndicate, 12 Labors, they put on a great event in the last 2 years. I mean, it's in our backyard, so it's nice, but it just feels professional and it's fun. It's a good spot. Good programming.
You guys were able to sweep all of the events last week. I know every time you show up, you want to win. But
That's
to be able to do that and then use that momentum going into the games, what does that mean for you guys?
Yeah, I think, there's a ton to learn, and that's, with Independence this weekend, obviously I want them to win every event and do the best they can, but there's no question that they're going to qualify. So what they can learn out here with a little adversity outside of the barn, outside of the gym, wherever we're training, communication, somebody, judging. And so what we learned last weekend is, we work well as a team. Having Sam, it's just different. Chase did incredible last year. And, Sam is obviously a really good addition. The kid is incredibly fit. And to just see how he worked under pressure and could still communicate. And our girls are, a lot of the team competition comes down to how good your females are. And we have the best girls out there. So
no question about it.
Fun. We had a good time. It was cool to see. And like you said, the ultimate goal is to win every event. And to actually do that, it's pretty cool. Yeah. But I also said nobody cares once, once it comes down to it. Yep. When the games is over, this is fun, but, the games is what really matters.
Yeah. Well, Rich, thanks so much for doing this.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
We have fixed Nikki Brazier's mic, so let's send it back down to her.
Before, should be working now, though. Sasha, I would love to know from you. It really came down to the touch-and-go barbell. I think that's what really pulled you guys ahead as far as you came. As you were doing that final handstand walk and the seconds were coming down, what was going through your mind?
Fuego. Yeah, right. That was so crazy.
How has it been for you training with these guys? This is a newer environment for you.
I love these guys, yeah.
It's been a big push for you?
Yes, for sure.
Now, Luke, you are also kind of newer to this team, and you were the start here. You really set the pace. How much pressure was on to make sure that you could kind of get out of the way for everyone else?
Well, coming out too hot in workouts is usually what I do, so that helped me out in this one.
Okay. Do you have to work around that, though? Because in a team environment, that oftentimes doesn't end up working out.
Right. Well, this workout, waterfall style, we're a bunch of really fit individuals that work together well, and it being more of an individually biased workout, definitely was in our favor. So
helps a little bit. Now, we did have your coach Rich in the booth for this event, talking a little bit about how you guys do work as a team. What do you think your biggest difference has become now that you've been able to be a part of this greater group?
Definitely just learning from everybody, just trying to make out like a sponge, and the teamwork and the family aspect is something we really enjoy at Mayhem, and that's definitely what this team is family. So
thank you guys so much. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
4 events, 3 wins, and a second for Mayhem Independence as they close out their second day of competition. The teams are done. We're going to take a break. The individuals will be back with their final event for the day. Stay with us, everybody, and remember, for all results and leaderboards, you can head to games.crossfit.com. We'll see you soon, right back here at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum as the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge continues.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows. No bull.
reason I started using Thorne products was because Steph Nikitas, she was very influential in terms of what products we should use and what are the good products out there.
I always want to make sure that I'm sharing trusted companies and products with others, and Thorne definitely fits that.
NSF is a priority for me because I know it's a quality product.
NSF certification is a gold standard for supplements.
You know that what it says on the label is actually in the bottle.
Castings. For simple shapes, a complete solid pattern may be used. A mold box is filled with special molding sand that is rammed home around the pattern. The molten metal, at precisely the right temperature, is poured into the mold. The assemblies are tumbled. Shaping is done with the aid of machinery, and the fine finish is evidence of the craftsmanship that has gone to their design and construction.
Dear Coach, thank you. Thank you for always being there.
For running a class at 5:30 in the morning so I can get home before my kids wake up.
For making sure I build on my strengths and work on my weaknesses.
For being a compass that guides me toward a better version of myself. For constantly putting the needs of others before your own.
For helping me lose 100 pounds last year.
For helping me realize that asthma can't stop me from achieving my goals.
For reaffirming that life doesn't head downhill after the age of 40.
For making the impossible possible.
For being an amazing coach, friend, and mentor. Thank you. Thank you for always being there.
right, here we go. Event number 4, your individuals hitting the competition floor. Lane number 1, Casey Wells. Lane number 2, Samantha Petridge. Lane number 3, Jessica Schwartz. Lane number 4, Haley Murillo. Lane number 5, Jordan Adcock. Lane number 6, Danielle Kearns. Lane 7, Gabrielle Spence. Lane number 8, Leah Irons. Lane number 9, Mary Helen Saunders. Rounding out the heat in lane number 10 for event number 4, Rachel Thibodeau.
1 minute. Seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
All right, here we go. Event number 4 for your individual athletes. We call it the Mac Mile because we got a 4-rounder starting with 400 meters on that true form runner. Right into 30 wall balls, 20 chest to bar pull-ups, an 80-foot tank push, and 10 heavy sandbag to shoulders. A 14-pound med ball for the ladies and a 100-pound sandbag. Finishing up with another 80-foot tank push through the first 3 rounds, but not on the 4th. They'll run it out to that finish line. Larry, we're going to give them 25 minutes, and we hope we don't need it. Our ladies out here trying to figure out this leaderboard here on day number 2. Who's going to go where going into day number 3? Typically moving day here on day number 2. We'll see how it plays out. Heats 1 of 3 coming up right now.
Our ladies just getting things started. Mike just laid it all out for you. Gonna start with that 400-meter true form runner. And again, folks, don't forget, we have some true forms for sale. If you're interested, you definitely need to try one if you have not already. It will definitely improve your running mechanics far faster than you think. So find your local true form rep out there in Vintner Village. Check it out and maybe bring one home with you this weekend. But right now it's about the ladies on the true forms as we approach the 2-minute mark. A couple of hands up in the air. A number of hands up in the air. We kind of figured the ladies would keep it close on the first round coming off of the true forms, and we'll see how things go from there because they're going to move from the true form to the rig for 30 wall ball shots. First on their to-do list, then 20 chest to bar pull-ups. Then we'll see the torque tank in action, followed by some sandbag work and another torque tank push to finish up.
Leah Irons, your first athlete. On to that round number 1 set of wall balls, 30 wall balls. Leah Irons in lane number 8, followed by lane number 1, Casey Wells. Closely followed by lane 9, Mary Helen Saunders. And the rest of the ladies joining in right behind her. First round of 30 wall balls. Everybody using that 10-foot target here this weekend.
Creeping up on 3 minutes on our clock. And again, I think we're going to see it kind of tight all the way through the first round or two. But again, folks, don't forget this is a 4-round event. Lots to do. Lots to be done. We're just getting started. Hand in the air for a couple of our athletes wrapping up their wall balls. Schwartz in lane number 3. Starting to chalk up, but it's going to be down in lane number 8. Irons, the first to go to work on her chest to bar. Not far behind. Wells in lane number 1. Schwartz in lane number 3. Spence, of course, Irons and Saunders. All those ladies putting in work, clipping away at their 20 chest to bar pull-ups.
Irons going unbroken that first set of 20. And first athlete onto the tank push, an 80-foot tank push before grabbing onto that rogue sandbag, a 100-pound sandbag. And now down in lane 2 and 3, right about the same time, Samantha Petrich and Jessica Schwartz. You're 1, 2, and 3. And now here comes the rest of the field. Lane number 9 as well, Mary Helen Saunders. First athlete to the sandbags, looking for 10 sandbags to the shoulder. 100 pounds for the ladies. And that's going to be Leah Irons out of CrossFit Ammo as we come up on the 5-minute mark. One more tank push after the sandbags to complete round number 1 of 4.
Just past 5 minutes on our clock. Again, a 4-round event.
Our athletes are responsible for that tank. If you start to get out of your lane, you got to readjust, get that thing squared away. But just like that, Leah Irons back to the torque tank for another 80-foot push. And if you can't see, inside the tank, we got a really heavy dumbbell right inside just to make it a little bit more heavier.
Been saying her name quite a lot this weekend. Leah Irons out of CrossFit Ammo on the return trip with the torque tank. About ready to start round 2 as we pass 6 minutes.
Your 2, 3, and 4 positions all within about 5 feet of each other. Slight advantage going to Spence in lane number 7. Out of CrossFit, I love it. As Irons mounts up on that true form runner, round number 2, 400 meters at the 6:25 marker. Nice shot of Leah up there on the jumbo screen and the live stream. Only 2 semifinal events this weekend around the world. And we know all eyes are here on the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. One of your premier semifinal events.
Several folks arriving back at their true form runner to kick off round number 2. Again, that's a 400-meter run to start things off. We saw some pretty quick 400s. Not crazy fast, but fast enough. Sub 2 minutes on round 1. We'll see how things shake out here on round number 2. A whole lot of work's happened since then. Seems like a really long time ago, but it was only about 4 minutes. Probably way longer for them than us watching.
Hands are up for Leah one more time. Round number 2. Sorry about that, Larry. I was just going to let you know, hey, since they're on the Trueform runners, the premier curved non-motorized treadmill on the market right now, forged right here in the US of A. So train true with Trueform. Leah Irons, round number 2 done with the Trueform runner. Second set of 30 wall balls for your leader in lane number 8.
Rapidly approaching that 10-minute mark. Couple of hands in the air back at the Trueform. Jessica Schwartz looking to wrap up this 400. Irons now with some company, bracketing her on really either side. Lanes 7 and 9. Spence and Saunders respectively. Your 1, 2, and 3 all clustered there in lanes 7, 8, and 9. Irons all in black in the center of that trio in the lead. Schwartz now joining them down in lane number 3. Little separation. Irons wrapping up those wall balls at the 10-minute mark, turning, getting herself situated for her next round of chest to bar pull-ups. It's 20 chest to bars. And of course, not just competing against the other ladies in this heat, there's additional heats of individual athletes coming up. So Irons wanting to put down a solid time. All of our athletes wanting to put down a solid time. A good showing on their last event of day 2 here at the MAC.
Irons going unbroken again on that second set of 20 chest to bar pull-ups. Looking to maintain and extend that lead as she touches up for round number 2, another 80-foot tank push. On her way to those heavy sandbag to the shoulder.
Saunders also onto the chest to bar pull-ups. Couple lanes away, Spence. Gabrielle also starting her chest to bar pull-ups.
Just about over that line for the second time. Leah Irons, lane number 8, your leader. She heads over to that rogue sandbag, 100 pounds for the ladies today. On the MAC mile area, that 4-rounder. Your leader trying to finish up round number 2 as we come up on the 12-minute mark. Approaching that halfway marker, 25-minute time cap for the MAC mile today. Got to close out our individual athletes with a nice grinder chipper. Nice and long. We want to shake that leaderboard up. Who's going to dig in here for day number 2? Leah Irons working on that second set of 10 sandbags.
Definitely been an interesting day score-wise, especially in our individual competition. Be interesting to see how this final event adds to that. Suspense here as Mike refers to it. Moving day, Saturday. 12:30 on the time clock. Half our time gone, half our time remaining. 25-minute time gap for this event number 4, the MAC Mile.
Leah Irons done with the second round of heavy sandbag to the shoulders as Mary Helen Saunders and Gabrielle Spence joins her at the sandbags, her 2 and 3. And opposite side of the floor, lane number 3, Jessica Schwartz, just a rep or 2 behind.
Irons make the return trip, heading back to that true form. And again, folks, Torque Fitness, the official resistance sleds partner here at the MAC. Available for purchase, head over to Mid-Atlantic Challenge, MidAtlanticCrossFitChallenge.com for more information on the Torque Tank. Irons dig it in for round number 3. Saunders also making that return trip. Going to park her Torque Tank astride Irons and go back to work herself on her next 400 meters. Gabriella Spence also arriving back. You're 1, 2, and 3 in that order. Parking their Torque tanks all next to each other. And she'll head back to her true form to kick off her round 3 of 400 meters. Murillo also arriving back.
"25-minute time cap slips away." You look at the clock and it's 15 minutes in. Your athletes working hard. Your leading ladies on that true form, working in round number 3. Hands up, lane number 8, trying to stay out in front, leading from start until now. Lane number 8, Leah Irons.
Coming up on 16 minutes. Time slipping away, like Mike pointed out a second ago. 25-minute time cap. We have less than 9 minutes remaining. A clutch of our athletes in round number 3. Irons done now with this round on the true form, heading back for another round of 30 wall balls. Irons consistent thus far through event number 4. In the lead and extending it with every rep on the wall balls as we pass 16:30.
Looking to set the score high as Irons. 2 more heats to follow to close out day number 2. And Leah Irons leading from the jump, trying to stay out and extend that lead. Hands her up in lane number 9, Mary Helen Saunders out of CrossFit Invigorate. Trying to make up a little bit of ground on Leah. Don't want her to be out there all by her lonesome leading the way. Got to put a little bit of pressure on as we get deep into that 3rd round of 4. And here comes Saunders. Lane 8, Irons. Lane 9, Saunders. You're 1 and 2 at the 17.5-minute marker. 30 wall balls right into 20 chest to bar pull-ups on that massive Rogue rig.
Irons turning away from the wall balls. Chalk it up for the next phase of round 3, which will be chest to bar pull-ups.
Irons unbroken in rounds 1 and 2. We'll see if she hangs on to the pull-up bar here in round number 3. She knows she's got some pressure. Right beside her in lane 7 and lane 9 as she breaks for a quick chalk break. Saunders in 9, Spence in lane number 7, and now lane number 3, Jessica Schwartz maintaining that 1 through 4 all the way from the beginning. But Irons back up, 20 completed for round number 3. Back to the torque tank.
But she made quick work of those round 3 chest to bars. Again, very, very consistent all the way through as we pass, well, as we approach 19 minutes on the clock.
Crossing over the 19-minute mark. 6 minutes remaining. 6 minutes.
Irons completing another trek down the competition floor. Pushing that torque tank. She'll approach her rogue sandbag.
Mary Helen Saunders back to the torque tank. Round 3 chest to bar complete.
Gabrielle Spinst, CrossFit I Love It athlete. They're in lane number 7, working her way through this round of chest to bar as well. Currently in 3rd in this heat. We passed 20 minutes on our time clock.
Crossing over the 20-minute mark. 20 and a half minutes on the clock, just under 4.5 minutes remaining. Saunders, round 3 on the torque tank complete. As her leader, Irons, heading back for round number 4, final push on the torque tank. Danielle Kearns working on round number 3 chest to bar. Lane number 6, Rachel Thibodeau trying to finish up round number 3 on those wall balls. 30 wall balls each round.
Irons made that return trip. Making her way back to her true form for her last look at the run. As we approach 22 minutes on the time clock, 3 minutes remaining.
Saunders on to the tank push, heading back for round number 4. As time slipping away, just under 3 minutes remaining. Your leader, lane number 8, Leah Irons, trying to accomplish as much of this 4-rounder as she can, with 2 more heats to come to follow. Murillo and Adcock synced up for chest to bars down in lane number 4 and 5. As Murillo back to the torque tank.
Coming up on 23 minutes, 2 minutes remaining. Saunders arriving back at the ring. Passing underneath to her true form runner. She'll kick off her last 400, 1 lane away, all in black, Leah Irons. Looking to finish up this 400. Gabrielle Spence also on her way back. Gabrielle in lane number 7. Less than 90 seconds.
Thibodeau, lane number 10. Back to the tank, round number 3 finishing up. Hands are up now for your leader, Leah Irons. Lane number 8, see what we can get accomplished here as we come up on the 24-minute mark. 1 minute to go, athletes. 60 seconds remaining. Your leader in lane number 8, Leah Irons, leading the way all 4 rounds here. Gonna be your score to beat. Got to get right to work, looking at 30 wall balls, 20 chest to bar pull-ups, 1 final tank push, and some sandbags. We got 40 seconds remaining, athletes. Irons dismounting, heading right to that wall ball. 30 seconds.
Irons going to set the score to beat going into heat number 2. Less than 20 seconds to go. Every
5
rep.
reps in.
10 seconds, less than 10 seconds. We're going to count it down for you, folks. Irons going to keep chipping away. 3, 2, 1. And that is a wrap. Big round of applause for all your athletes. What a killer workout that is. You can tell it is non-stop for 25 minutes. These ladies all hit it. The Mac Mile did not disappoint. Mike trying to get a good rep count for you.
Day 2 of competition continues here at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Thanks for staying with us today, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with 2009 CrossFit Games champion Tanya Wagner, and Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. Event number 4, the longest test that the individual athletes will face this weekend, presented by Rogue. It's the Mac Mile.
And it starts on that true form runner with 400 meters. And then the ladies are going to advance to the wall ball area for 30 wall balls, then 20 chest to bar pull-ups, followed by an 80-foot tank push, 10 sandbag to shoulders with a 100-pound sandbag, and then they're going to do that same walk back with the tank. 80 more feet, and they're going to repeat that for 3 more rounds.
Longest event of the weekend. What's the recipe for success delivered by Trifecta?
As always with these longer events, start conservative and just take a little evaluation of how that first round goes. Make your adjustments after that. Take inventory often of where you need to break, where you need to make some adjustments to get through this whole thing.
10 women in the second of 3 heats. Rebecca Fuselier is in lane number 5. She comes in 4th place overall after back-to-back 4th place finishes in Midline Sadness and then in the last event, Regional Event 5.
And this is a much different event than we've seen. You know, whenever you have that longer event, some athletes really do excel there and others go the other way. So the question is, what's Taylor going to do here?
And Taylor Babb comes in 11th place overall. She took 3rd in that last event.
And Taylor Babb, again, 3rd in that place, or in that last event, bumps her up to 11th place. And for Taylor Babb, I'm really impressed with her mental capacity and her ability to shake off something that happened in yesterday's Midline Sadness event we're going to show you here in a second.
We are underway. Heat number 2. No woman in heat number 1 was able to complete the entirety of this event inside the time cap. Leah Irons got the closest. She got through 12 wall balls in her 4th and final round.
With this long event, starting on the true form runner, it's just much more taxing than running outside where these athletes are normally used to running. And if you don't have the true form runner, it's a little awkward to get it started if you're not as familiar with it, but it'll be pretty quick before they get themselves acclimated to it. And for Taylor Babb, she had a really impressive comeback from yesterday's Midline Sadness workout. She had a miss in the section right here where she was going for 60. She came across, but her palms didn't fully cross the line. She needed to go back. That wasn't her only mistake. In the next round, when she came back to come back for 60, she started too early and ended up having to do another extra 30 feet. So in total, she did 60 extra feet, shook that off yesterday, came back strong with the 3rd place event finish this morning, and is really poised to do well in this event. She should do great.
11th place overall with 172 total points. 400 meters here. Then it's on to the 30 wall balls and the 20 chest bar pull-ups before the tank push, the sandbag to shoulder, and then a tank push back.
This is a big test of your aerobic capacity, picking the right pace when you're under the pressure and you're here on the competition floor in a live event is much different because it's so easy to go at other athletes' paces, but if you do that too soon, it wreaks havoc on you later on. So it's really important just to stay cool, stay calm, and just avoid the big long rests in these events. So wall balls are 14 pounds.
Lydia Shockey's going to be the first woman off the runner in lane 1. In lane 5, Rebecca Fuselier on the right side of your screen is onto the wall balls as well. Also in lane number 3, Marissa Flowers got there early on, and now just about every athlete has closed out her initial 400-meter run and is on to those 30 wall balls at 14 pounds.
For Fuselier, she has to put every little bit of her 410 frame behind this ball. Height is not on her side, so she works really hard to get that ball out of her arms, and this is only round 1.
And Marissa Flowers in lane 3 doing the exact same thing, her feet leaving the ground on every rep. Fuselier is in the back half of this set.
But in this MAC mile, there's something for everyone here. So your strong runners are going to do really well early on. Your heart rate's going to get a little higher here with the wall balls and the chest to bar pull-ups. But then the back half of this event is really grunt work with that torque tank, the sandbag. So even though we have some early leaders here in this portion, I'm not going to get too worked up about that until we see, come the second round, if they can maintain that.
Lindsay Porter was the first woman to get onto the pull-ups. She's on the right side of your screen. That's Rebecca Fuselier. Porter comes in 8th place overall. She's got back-to-back top 10 finishes, 10th in Midline Sadness, and then 7th in 2014 Regional Event 5. Now Fuselier and Porter onto the 80-foot tank push. And they have to use that bottom handle to push those tanks. Last year when this implement debuted at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge, we saw a lot of athletes putting their shoulders on the top handles there, but this has been mandated as a rule. You have to push it this way.
And this really is the best way if you're going to push it from down here. Keep the arms locked out. Drive with the legs, and you got to keep that thing moving. You can't let it stop, just like any other type of sled push that you have. You just need that thing to keep moving. And Fuselier's smaller frame here is not allowing her to kind of get ahead.
Now on to the 10, sandbag to shoulder at 100 pounds. Your leaders on the screen right now, Lindsay Porter on the left and Rebecca Fuselier. Lindsay Porter on the right, Fuselier on the left. And now in lane number 2, it's Claire Truax who's going to get to work on the bag. And then down in lane 8, Kenzie Nolte is there as well. Truax is on the left side of your screen in the long green pants.
I think this is really smart. Fuselier and Porter both are holding on to the bag. Your legs are tired from that torque tank, and when you get here, if you can hold on to it and make your arms do a little more work, as long as it doesn't start to make your arms fall apart and you know when to take that break, it's kind of smart to give a break to your legs. For these sandbags to count, they do need to get them to the shoulder, show full extension with the sandbag resting fully on the shoulder. Good clean reps. So there Fuselier makes up the time that she lost on the tank.
Claire Truax in lane 2 is now about a foot ahead of Lindsay Porter on the tank push. Now Porter has pulled dead even. Fuselier sits behind them. And in lane 7, right side of your screen, Cara Napoli is back on the tank to close out round number 1.
This is where you take a little inventory of yourself and your teammates, who's out there. So for Fuselier, she knows that she needs to pick up her speed on other movements if she's going to have a chance to either stay with them, but then she has to take inventory of her body. Is she able to do that? Or does she need to just stay in her lane right now? There's still 3 rounds to go.
Lindsay Porter is done, and she will head back to the True Form runner for another 400-meter trek. Fuselier right behind her. And Claire Truax is in 3rd. Second of 4 rounds here. Fuselier in the black. Porter closest to the camera. Let's go down to Nikki with Jason Hopper.
Jason, at this point in the competition, it's day 2, it's moving day. These athletes are in the middle of a long grind. What are they going through both mentally and physically at this point?
They should be feeling pretty good. It's not too late in the competition to actually be feeling the effects yet. But for me, they got to be thinking whether they're in first or last, like clear the leaderboard, like it's 0-0-0, and just come into this event and think like none of the previous events have anything to do with this. I think that's the best headspace to be in. Whether they're either coming in here with a big high of the previous events or they're coming in with like frustrated. It's different for every athlete, and so I would just come in here and think, hey, like anything prior to today has nothing to do with anything, and just come in here with that headspace. That's the best way to do it. You control nothing at that. What has happened, you don't control any of that. So just come in here and give your best and control what you can control. I think that's what they would be thinking if they're in a good headspace.
You were watching the women on the torque tank, and you were like, man, I hated that thing last week. What was that experience like for you?
It's heavy. I felt the more you push into it, the more it pushes back. And so you just got to be able to find that steady pace of like not going too slow that people are passing you, but not going too fast where you're actually taxing more of your muscles by doing it. So try to find that steady pace and just keep walking with it.
A week after you qualified here in this very arena, and now you've got the games ahead of you, how has your recovery been going?
It's been good. I went to the beach and to Charleston, hung out for a few days there, and then still on vacation. I try to take a vacation after every single event, just a detox, and so this has been really fun. Being able to sit on the outside and cheer for my friends. I have a lot of friends in the men's division, but it's been good. I feel like I'm on vacation. So it's a lot less stressful, a lot less nervous, just having a good time.
Jason, thanks so much for your insight.
Thank you so much.
Jason Hopper, who qualified out of the Syndicate Crown for his second straight trip to the CrossFit Games last week. Fuselier is back to the wall ball for the second time. And Lindsay Porter is there as well. And then also Claire Truax. So 3 of the youngest competitors in the field leading the way here in heat number 2. Chiara Napoli in the blue pants. She's on the lead pace. Next to Napoli is Kenzie Nolte. She's in the dark top and dark pants in lane number 8.
And take a look at the right side of your screen, the chalk line on the ground. Fuselier's really smart. These little things are really smart in competition. It's where her feet need to be, where the ball needs to be. It's just a little locator for her because she has to hit that target. And if you're not as comfortable with the target, because it's a see-through clear, she may have been having issues with where she needed to stand for that. So it's really wise to do stuff like that.
Lindsay Porter on the left, a 2-time teenage competitor at the games. In 2017, she finished 7th in the 16 to 17-year-old division, and then in 2015, she was 3rd in the 14 to 15-year-old division when she was starting out her competitive career. Kalarina Key is in lane 4 in the middle of your screen. She's on the wall ball for the second time as Rebecca Fuselier and Lindsay Porter get to the pull-up bar. Claire Truax on the left side is in the lead. She was the first woman to start her second set of 20 chest-to-bar pull-ups. And she is done. The Truax moving on to the torque tank. Claire Truax, a teenage competitor at the games. In 2021, she finished 7th in the 16 to 17-year-old division. And right now, she sits in 14th place overall. She's coming off back-to-back finishes inside the top 7. She was 7th in Midline Sadness and then 5th in 2014 Regional Event 5.
And what's also really impressive is that she's already making so much ground here, where the back half of the first round is where she caught up to these ladies. So she probably took a little bit of a little test on round 1 to just see how this back half feels. And while the other ladies are stopping, she just keeps that thing going.
And she's doing a nice job of keeping her tank in the lane there, actually making an adjustment. Looks like she's trying to push it back towards the middle as she got off to the side of it. We saw last week with this, a lot of people having to stop. In fact, Jason Hopper had to walk around to the front to get that thing straightened out.
It's really hard to steer, and oftentimes you have one side that just wants to drive, one arm that kind of gives up a little bit of that tension.
Truax with a good pace on her second set of sandbag to shoulders at 100 pounds. She has to complete 10 reps here, then it's back to the torque tank to close out round 2. 4 total rounds here in the MAC Mile. 4th of 6 events that the individuals will face in 3 days of competition at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. And Truax is done. Back to the torque tank for another 80-foot push. And she has really started to separate herself from Fuselier and Porter for the lead.
She's riding that line close, but on the way down, the first time she had to just make one little adjustment as her wheel started to creep over to that white line. She makes one little shift here, going the wrong direction, gets that thing straightened out, and picks up right where she left off. As she noticed the direction she was going, she actually moves her body over to the left side. See if there was any advantage over there. So just making some adjustments on the fly, figuring that thing out, learning as she goes. And that's what you got to do so that come round 3 and 4, you've got it dialed in.
The Truax is just about done with her 80-foot push as Fuselier and Porter are now just getting back to the torque tank. The Truax is now halfway through this event. 25-minute time cap. No one in heat number 1 was able to complete this event inside that allotted time. Leah Irons got the farthest. She got through 12 wall balls in her 4th and final round. Fuselier is now solidly in second, with Lindsey Porter and Kira Napoli fighting for third. Here are your overall standings coming into this 4th event. Sydney McAlish, your overall leader by a comfortable margin. 44 points up on Danielle Brandon, who's tied with Bailey Rail at 232 points. Fuselier sits in 4th with Kelly Clark in 5th. Brooke Wells went from 1st all the way down to 6th after that last event, but she's only 10 points back of Kelly Clark. And Lindsey Porter sits in 8th place. And remember, the top 5 from each division here at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge move on to the 2022 Noble CrossFit Games. And as far as the individuals are concerned, they can keep their seasons alive if they finish in spots 6, 7, and 8. Those 3 athletes will get to compete in the Last Chance Online Qualifier in July.
Fuselier here in the front portion of your screen, Porter right behind her. They both look really strong and just relaxed on this runner in comparison to your leader. Truax here down the bottom left. She'll still be the first one off, but she's breathing hard, gritting through this one.
Truax is inside 100 meters. The judges will put their hands in the air when their respective athletes have just 100 meters to go on this run. So just a quarter of this left here in round 3 for Truax. And she is done with 8 minutes to go before we hit the 25-minute time cap. 30 wall balls up next for Truax. Fuselier has her judge's hand in the air.
Real nice tempo here for Claire Truax. Nice and composed. Just staying steady. But man, she was breathing hard coming off of that runner. And wall balls are definitely taxing. 30 is a great number to test in this event. It's just too many to hold on to for the duration of this event.
Rebecca Fuselier is now the second woman to the wall balls for the 3rd time here.
She's scrappy. I like the way she's moving. She has the energy. I really think there is, the advantage of that tank is going to be to the larger athletes who can really get themselves behind it. And I think really that's the biggest thing for Fuselier. She really looks great everywhere else.
Truax on the left, Fuselier on the right. Meanwhile, Lindsey Porter and Kara Napoli got off the True Form runner at about the same time. Napoli on the far right side of your screen in lane 7 got to her wall balls ahead of Porter in lane 6.
And Kiara Napoli in those blue pants. Look at her arms as she throws the wall ball. She brings them down to relax. Now she's actually holding them back up there. But she was shaking out the shoulders, bringing them down just a little bit right here. She'd swing them around. Some people use that technique. Others just leave them up there. That's really just to manage arm fatigue. But for these ladies, the wall balls really are the main part for your... these wall balls aren't that taxing on the arms compared to some of the other portions. This is a lower body stamina and strength event. So shoulder fatigue isn't what we're looking at here as much.
The Truax is through her 20 chest to bar pull-ups and back to the tank for the 80-foot push. And then she'll get to the sandbag, and she's been great on that portion of the event.
It's a fantastic engine.
Fuselier is on to her set of 20 chest to bar pull-ups. Left side of your screen in the all black. Truax with about 20 feet to go on her 80-foot push. And she is done. Here comes Fuselier on her tank push. Less than 5 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. Again, Leah Irons from heat number 1 has your top score. She got through 12 wall balls in her 4th and final round before getting time capped.
Showing nice control, using a lot of arms here, holding on to that bag.
Fuselier with 30 feet to go on her tank push. Kiara Napoli, Lindsey Porter, and Kalarina Key all even behind Fuselier. The three of them battling for 3rd place in this heat right now. Truax is done with that set of sandbag to shoulder. Takes a look up at the clock. You got 3 minutes, 45 seconds before we hit the cap.
And she puts her head down and gets to work. She has her tank much more even in line in between those lines.
Rebecca Fuselier on the bottom right side is in 2nd place. Kalarina Key and Kiara Napoli now getting to the bag as they have moved into 3rd ahead of Lindsey Porter, who now sits in 4th place. Porter just getting done with that 80-foot tank push. Truax with 20 feet. Truax into the 4th and final round. 400 meters on the True Form runner, and then it's back to the wall balls. And if she can get 13 on the wall balls, she will have the new top time.
And she keeps peeking at the clock to kind of see where she's at. And by this portion, you're doing a lot of math, and it always feels really long when you're on the runner. It just feels like you can think of everything. You can have many different conversations with yourself. So she's thinking through probably what time she's going to have, how she's going to get after the wall balls, and what she can squeak in here.
On the right side is the fight for 2nd and 3rd. Fuselier in the black pants, she's ahead. She sits in 2nd place. Kiara Napoli and Kalarina Key are the 2 women behind her right now. Kalarina Key taking a break. Chiara Napoli now sits in third. And Fuselier is done. She will start round 4. With 90 seconds left before we hit the time cap. Truax is hoping to get back to the wall balls. Now 1 minute to go.
Final sprint home. And that's on fatigued legs after you've done a ton of work. So the grit this takes to keep digging in, especially when there's nobody right next to you that's close.
.30 seconds left. So Leah Irons looking like she has a chance to hang on to the top time as Fuselier is trying to just gut through as many meters as she possibly can on this 4th and final run. The Truax's judge's hand is in the air. I just don't think she's going to have enough time to get to the wall ball and get 12 reps. Now 10 seconds to go. The Truax is going to win the heat. Leah Irons is still going to have the top score as we have 1 heat remaining. And that is the expected aftermath of an event this long.
These long events always take their toll on the athletes working that hard for the full 25 minutes. Getting as close as you can to the finish line, but just not able to do it. But you're giving it everything you have, and so that will wrap up these ladies' day here for competition. That's tiring. But Truax, Claire Truax, early on, she stepped into the lead role here with that sandbag in the back half of the event. And after that, in round 1, really it was her by herself. She had 2 big sets of chest-to-bars on round 2. She had a big set of chest-to-bar pull-ups, but really it was her speed on the tank. The way she held on to those sandbags, touch and goes here were really important for her speed and to utilize her arms with the leg fatigue. But she really just demolished that event without much pressure.
2 heats down. No one has finished this event inside the 25-minute time cap. We'll see if that changes. The 3rd and final heat coming up next. Hall of Fame basketball coach Pat Summitt, who coached the Tennessee Lady Vols basketball team from 1974 to 2012 and racked up 1,098 career wins in that time. Inside the Knoxville Civic Coliseum here on day number 2 of the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. Final event of the day for the individuals. Glad you're with us, everyone. I'm Sean Woodland with 2009 CrossFit Games champion Tanya Wagner. Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. Overall standings after 3 events, Sydney Mikulishin all by herself in first place by 44 points over both Danielle Brandon and Bailey Rail. Brooke Wells in one event went from first to 6th. She is now 10 points out of a qualifying spot. Event number 4 is the Mac Mile presented by Rogue, the longest test these athletes will face this weekend.
It's a fun one. It's time to go long. We're doing 400 meters on that true form runner, then 30 wall balls with a 20-pound ball, 20 chest to bar pull-ups. And then they're going to push the tank 80 feet down, 10 sandbag to shoulder with a 150-pound sandbag, and then push that tank back the other 80 feet. And then they're going to do that 3 more times.
The recipe for success is delivered by Trifecta. And we talked about it a lot in that last heat. You've got to take inventory throughout the event.
You do, and you have to start conservative with it. Get a feel for what the event's going to do for you. Check in with yourself. Make sure that you're able to keep that or make adjustments where you need to. There's plenty of room to do that here.
We have yet to see anyone finish this event inside the 25-minute time cap. Danielle Brandon and Bailey Rail have a really good shot of getting inside that cap here in this final heat.
Yeah, both of these athletes are super strong in long endurance events. They both did really well at last year's games in the run toe-to bar event, so we're expecting them to be able to showcase their strength here. But even more so, Sean, both athletes are tied for 2nd place on the leaderboard after the earlier event today. Bailey Rail came into today in 7th, and she's up to that 2nd tied place with Danielle, who moved up from 5th to 2nd. So for both of those, it's not only a battle for this event, but it's a battle on the leaderboard, which is really cool, side by side.
And there is Brooke Wells, who's trying to shake off a 23rd place finish in event number 3. That's what knocked her off the top spot in the overall leaderboard. She's only 10 points back of Kelly Clark for that 5th and final spot. There is Shelby Neal. Shelby Neal, another athlete who was tied for first going into event 3, then finished 30th and dropped all the way down to 10th.
Time capped on that legless. That crushed her, so she's looking for a little redemption in this workout. But it's a really stacked heat. It could be a good for her if she can hang with any of these athletes and use that as a little bit of a push, but she's a lot of work ahead of her to make up that ground.
And there is Bailey Rail, who really had a great start. The 13th place finish in event 1, I think, was better than a lot of people expected, and then 2 straight finishes inside the top 5.
Yeah, I would be surprised if she expected to see herself this high on leaderboard at this stage of the game. And so we're really impressed with how far where she's at overall, at the overall standings. And looking at this event, knowing it's going to be another good one for her.
Danielle Brandon is the first woman done with her 400-meter run. She'll get right to work on the wall balls. Megan O'Donnell in lane 1. And Brooke Wells in lane 5 are there as well. And then down in lane number 7, Faith Ferguson getting there. So this is good for Brooke Wells.
And just to make mention, I had given you the men's wall ball weight. The ladies are using a 14, and their sandbag is going to be a 100-pound sandbag. I got ahead of myself. Brooke Wells here also, if you look at the floor, has a place where her feet are going to go so that she can gauge that distance off the actual target since the wall is not directly in front of her.
Getting hit with a no rep. I don't think her ball cleared the target.
Danielle Brandon with the same. That ball needs to clearly be over the line.
30 wall ball shots here. And then it's on to the 20 chest to bar pull-ups. Judges hand in the air for Brooke Wells on the left side of your screen. Your overall leader, Sydney Mikulishin, is in lane number 6 in the gray shorts and black top. 276 points, a 44-point cushion over both Danielle Brandon and Bailey Rail, as Danielle Brandon, Faith Ferguson, and Brooke Wells get to their chest bar pulls. Bailey Rail in lane number 2 just got there as well. So it is close here in this first of 4 rounds.
No one's finished in under the time cap of 25 minutes, and it looks like the only way it's going to happen is if you go unbroken, and that's what these ladies are doing right here.
The Brooke Wells onto the tank. Danielle Brandon is in the lead, and it's Megan O'Donnell in lane 1 who's on the lead pace as well. Bailey Rail leads a host of women right behind them on this first 80-foot tank push. Final couple feet for Danielle Brandon. She'll get across the yellow line first. Brooke Wells is right behind her. And Megan O'Donnell there as well. 10 sandbag to shoulder at 100 pounds. And Brooke Wells is hanging on to this thing.
2 different styles here. So Danielle Brandon is going to get that little breather and have less time under tension by dropping. Brooke Wells is going to hold on, which will be much quicker. But now we'll see if that pays off with this little breather she needs. And as long as you can pick it back up quickly and get started with it, it's fine to break that up.
And Brooke Wells is done. She has to advance her sandbag, then back to the tank. Brooke Wells in the lead here. Tia Toomey shouts encouragement to her fellow proven compatriot. 2 of them training together in CrossFit East Nashville, and now Danielle Brandon and Megan O'Donnell back onto the tank. But Brooke Wells needs a really strong performance here to get herself back solidly inside the top 5. She's only 10 back at Kelly Clark, and she is ahead of Clark right now in this heat. Clark is down in lane 9. She's in the upper right-hand part of your screen in the long black pants.
.554 for Brooke Wells in her first round.
Wells on her second of 4 400-meter runs. Danielle Brandon is right behind her, and now Megan O'Donnell will be the 3rd woman back to the true form runner. Sydney McAlishan has moved up into 4th place. Let's go down to Nikki Brazier, who's with Danielle Brandon's head coach, Justin Kotler.
All right, Justin, I have to start with the most obvious question. You got to tell us about your manicure here. It's a level of commitment I'm interested in hearing more about.
My wife's been making fun of me ever since I got it. But so I have one athlete, Danielle Brandon, who has the green. And I have one athlete, Kyra Milligan, who has the blue. And they asked me to support them and if I would paint my nails, and I said yes. So there you go, right?
It's a great look. Tell me a little bit about what's going on with Danielle in this event. It's a long, grindy event, lots of different implements here. How do you expect her to do?
Yeah, I mean, I expect her to do well. She's super fit, you know. We saw a little bit of a difference in technique between her and Brooke on the sandbag, right? Brooke went touch and go for several reps. DB didn't want to do that. She wanted to be able to maintain her pace on the runner, and she felt like that would jack her heart rate up. So she went singles, and I'm curious to see how it pays off. You know, part of this weekend is about, you know, you put a plan together, but then it's about executing a plan, and then you assess, right? You take a look at it, you assess, you see what worked, you see what didn't, you go back to the drawing board. She's in a great spot right now in 2nd place. I expect her to, you know, stay there or move up throughout the rest of the weekend, and I think she'll do well in this one, though.
I think you were one of the first people to really kick off the training camp trend that we've seen over the last couple seasons, and you've really expanded that. You've got a lot of people in your gym. You've got people overseas now. How has that been going for you guys at Underdog?
It's been great. You know, we're in Vegas, and we love Vegas. It's a fantastic place to train. We've put together an incredible community and an incredible family. And I mean, man, I'm just stoked about it. It was really something that kind of, came out of the pandemic with us relocating, and it's just been fantastic. So we love being there, and I think we'll just continue to grow and continue to have fun out there in the desert.
I know we joke it's like having a whole bunch of kids out there. You care about them so much. You're so worried about them. What's it like for you as a coach to see them week over week out here competing?
Yeah, I mean, this is awesome, right? You see the fruits of their labor. Like you see everything that they work for come to fruition, and I feel like a proud papa, really, but a lot of nerves, man. Oh my gosh, I'm going to be at every semi in North America, and then obviously last week between Syndicate and then staying up all night and watching Ricky, and I had another athlete, Rachel, at Torian. I didn't get any sleep last weekend, so this weekend's a little bit easier as far as sleep is concerned.
Thank you so much, Justin. Best of luck to you and your athletes.
Thanks, Nikki.
Brooke Wells in lane 5 continues to lead. She got 5 reps in on the wall balls before Danielle Brandon started. Now Brandon is in her final 5 as Brooke Wells gets to the chest to bar pull-ups ahead of everybody else. 20 reps here, then back to the torque tank for another 80-foot push. Danielle Brandon chalking up the hands and getting set to start her second round of chest to bar pull-ups.
And both Danielle and Brooke went unbroken on their wall balls. They both got a few no reps, but they stuck with it rather than taking breaks. Brooke looks really strong here. Doesn't look like there's any slowing down with her pace. And Brooke has the sandbag awaiting her. This was her first round on the sandbag when she went touch and go with the bag. Danielle in the back half, like we heard in the background of your screen, doing just singles, letting it drop, taking a breather to save some of her energy, conserve some for the runner. I wonder if she's going to make any changes come this round.
Brooke Wells is now done with that second 80-foot tank push. Really her third, but the first here in round number 2. And she gets right back to work on the sandbag and employing that same technique that paid off for her in round number 1. Danielle Brandon will be the next woman to start her second round.
And she's still going. 6 for Brooke Wells. She looks so relaxed, Sean. That's really the indication. She's so composed.
She tried to go for a 7th, but didn't touch it to the ground completely. So she has completed 6 reps. Danielle Brandon now starting her second set of 10. And Tia is about 20 feet in front of Brooke Wells. Wells advancing the sandbag back to the tank. And she will be halfway through this event after she completes this 80-foot push.
With that final rep, she chucked it into the next quadrant that she needed to make it into.
Danielle Brandon continuing to work on her sandbag cleans at 100 pounds. Second overall after 3 events. 44 points back of Sydney Mikulishin. And Mikulishin is right now in 5th place in the heat. She is on the right side of your screen in the gray pants, just passing out of view. And Kelly Clark, who's 10 points up on Brooke Wells for 5th place, is now completing her tank push down to the sandbag as Brooke Wells is now done.
And this is good for Danielle Brandon that Bailey Rail is here. She's keeping a good distance ahead of her. And Bailey's taking these 1 rep at a time. That 100-pound sandbag, it's not a problem, but it's definitely taxing for her as a smaller athlete out there.
Danielle Brandon closing out round number 2, and she is halfway through. 25-minute time cap. But Brooke Wells has got to keep this pace if she wants to finish this event. We've had 2 heats so far. No one's been able to finish the entirety of this event inside the 25-minute time cap. Leah Irons got the farthest She was in to 12 wall balls in her 4th and final round. Wells looking for her 8th appearance at the CrossFit Games. And Megan O'Donnell, bottom left-hand part of your screen, sits in 3rd. Kelly Clark has moved up to 4th. Mikulishin in the middle of your screen in the gray pants is in 5th, followed by Bailey Rail in 6th. And then in lane 4, that's Shelby Neal. Longest test that these athletes will face in these 3 days of competition.
They're halfway through this 4-rounder of 400 meters on the runner. There are 30 wall balls, 20 chest to bar pull-ups, and then the 80-foot tank push with the sandbag to shoulder in between.
Brooke Wells right now leading the way in this 3rd and final heat. Almost done with her 3rd of 4 400-meter runs on the true form. She's inside 100 meters to go. Wells with a great start to the event, tied for 7th in the barbell complex, then won midline sadness, but in the last event, 2014 regional event 5, she finished 23rd, knocked her all the way down to 6th place in the overall standings.
And she had to put that out of her mind for this event or use it as fuel and just come in here and get this one done. There's no movements in here that are going to trip her up. So it's really just making sure she found that speed, the most uncomfortable yet sustainable speed she can do for this whole duration.
Danielle Brandon in 2nd place in this heat. Shelby Neal back on the runner. Sydney Mikulishin as well, as Danielle Brandon is now done, and she will join Brooke Wells on her 3rd of 4 sets of wall balls. 30 reps they need to complete here. Brandon right to work.
Brooke took her first rest here on the wall balls, and that was because of after a no rep. Smart to catch a breather. She was at least 7 or 8 wall balls ahead of Brandon.
Five reps remaining for Brooke Wells. Danielle Brandon continuing to work here on her set of 30. Brandon, 44 points of Sydney Mikulishin for 1st place. And there is Mikulishin, who is on her 3rd 400-meter run as Brooke Wells gets to work on her 3rd set of 20 chest-to-bar pull-ups. Mikulishin with 276 total points. Brandon and Rail tied at 232, and Brandon right now ahead of Rail, looking to separate herself in that race. And Brooke Wells 10 points back at Kelly Clark for a spot inside the top 5.
Mikulishin is not the running is not her best part of this event, and we knew that was going to be a part where she was going to probably have to go a little slower. That was going to hold her up a little bit. There's nothing else in this event that's troublesome, but there's much more laboring and fatigue here on the runner than the other athletes.
Brooke Wells heads back to the tank. 80 feet down to the sandbag, and that's where she's really been effective, is on those sandbag cleans. She did get hit with a no rep in the last round, but going touch and go for the most part on those reps is Danielle Brandon. Has 1 rep remaining on her chest bars, and she is done.
Brooke just needs to keep that straight. It's creeping closer to the line.
Brandon getting things sorted, Wells getting things sorted. Danielle Brandon is about 20 feet behind her right now. And Brandon making an adjustment to her tank.
Brooke extending her legs, trying to get a little breather without stopping. Kind of fake that, keep the torque tank moving. But when your legs are starting to blow up and you just want to stop,
10 reps now for Brooke Wells, and the first time that she's just done one and put it back down. Here comes Danielle Brandon. So Wells gets 2 reps down before Brandon starts. But Danielle Brandon has really closed the gap here on Brooke Wells.
She has. She kept the same technique all the way through. This is the first time we're seeing Brooke hunched over and breathing with less composure here than she had in the previous round.
And Brooke Wells taking a break as Danielle Brandon continues to move. Back on the rig, Megan O'Donnell and Bailey Rail were the next 2 women onto the Chester bar pull-ups. You can see Bailey Rail on the far left side of your screen just hopping off the pull-up bar as she gets back to the torque tank. And Brooke Wells is starting to fade here late in the event as Danielle Brandon continues to keep the pressure on. Less than 6 minutes to go before we hit the time cap.
Brandon just chipping through the sandbag to shoulder, staying close to the bag. That was great.
Danielle Brandon in the lead, back to the tank to close out round 3 of 4. Bailey Rail is now in 3rd place. Megan O'Donnell is in 4th. O'Donnell coming the other way with Bailey Rail. There is Bailey Rail. Meg O'Donnell is at the bottom of your screen, and Kelly Clark is now in 5th place. Brooke Wells back to the tank.
But
5 minutes left.
Danielle Brandon 40 feet ahead of her. That is a huge gap. That's the biggest gap we've seen so far in this event.
Brandon is done. The score to beat is 12 wall balls in this 4th and final round. Bailey Rail in 3rd place, working through the sandbag cleans. Rail looking to stay solidly inside the top 5 with this effort.
These long endurance athletes that know their pacing usually are the ones here at the end, still grinding through, looking similar with the speed as they do early on. We expected Bailey to do well. We expected Danielle to do well as well. Overall leader, McLeishan, just breathing, trying to get her breath here on the sandbag, but staying close to it.
Sydney McLeishan with 276 points has a 44-point lead on Danielle Brandon and Bailey Rail for that top spot. These are your leaders. Danielle Brandon, who took the lead on Brooke Wells on the sandbag in round 3. Well, the good news for Brooke Wells, even though she surrendered the lead to Danielle Brandon, she is well ahead of Kelly Clark, the woman immediately in front of her in the overall standings. Brooke Wells needs to make up 10 points on Clark in order to get into the top 5. And Justin Kotler, who we heard from earlier in this event, cheering on Danielle Brandon. Three minutes left before we hit the 25-minute time cap. Danielle Brandon inside, 100 meters to go, and then it will be back to the wall balls for 30 reps. If she gets 13 reps on the chest bar, she's going to win the event. Bailey Rail is now working her way back for the final time to the true form runner. And Danielle Brandon is done. Back to the wall ball for the final time.
But she needs these reps to count.
Brooke Wells inside 100 meters to go. Here comes Sydney McLeishan back to the true form runner for her 4th round.
Get that last little wind, knowing it's the last time here.
Wells in the back half of this set. And now, probably Danielle Brandon was on the back half of the set. Now Brooke Wells is getting to the wall ball for the final time. Final couple reps for Danielle Brandon. And she will head back to the pull-up bar.
Brandon is looking strong. Wells needed to take a big break after that run. She just got herself in deep with how hard she's pushed.
Less than a minute to go. Leah Irons got through 12 reps here to set the score to beat. And there it is. Danielle Brandon has the event lead. And she's going to get through the entirety of this set and work her way back to the tank. And right to work is Danielle Brandon. 20 seconds remaining. Brooke Wells still on the wall balls. But Danielle Brandon does not need to be doing this work. But she is leaving no doubt and doesn't want to take any chances. Danielle Brandon with her first event win of the competition. Justin Kotler saluting that effort. Brooke Wells, not sure where she's going to wind up overall in the event, but she did finish ahead of Kelly Clark, so it looks like Brooke Wells is going to be back inside the top 5 heading into the third and final day of competition.
The carnage that we see, I don't feel bad. I mean, I feel bad for him. Like, I'm not jealous. Whew, you know how that feels.
There are sometimes events you see, oh, that might be fun to mess around with, but I want no part of this one.
This is one they're going to say, remember the Mac Mile from years? You remember that one?
Sydney McAliston, your overall leader coming in, had a 44-point lead on Danielle Brandon and Bailey Rail. So likely that she will stay in first place overall. But that gap between McAliston and Brandon just got a lot smaller, courtesy of the 100 points that Danielle Brandon is going to add to her total after that event win.
Well, we knew it was going to be a good event for Danielle Brandon. Brooke Wells came out, though, really fast and strong. Went touch and go with these sandbags for the first few rounds. She was unbroken. They were actually all unbroken early on the wall balls, chest to bar, and the sandbag touches. But it was round 3 on the sandbags when Brooke changed and everything kind of changed for Brooke. She she stopped her touch and goes, had to go to singles, and this is where Danielle Brandon kind of took the lead, and she really picked things up actually in that final round, went unbroken on her last chest to bar pull-ups and really earned that 100 points. Looked beautiful at the end. 20 unbroken to seal the deal. She didn't need to push the tank at the end, but she did.
Danielle Brandon celebrating with her Underdogs crew and Coach Justin Kotler, and she is with Nikki Brazier.
Wow, what a long and grueling event. Take me back through it a little bit. What was the most challenging part of that?
Just the 4th round. I think we got through the first 2 rounds. It felt good. 3rd round, I was like, I just got to be tough here. And the 4th round, when I passed Brooke, I was like, this is where you got to be the toughest. And yeah, it was just the hardest part, 4th round.
I think mindset in general has got to be so difficult, especially when you've got those great athletes on your left and on your right. How do you deal with the nerves, the pain cave, all of that?
Well, I would say especially this year, I just knew I was prepared coming in, where in the past years I didn't feel quite as prepared and, well, as fit. So this year I knew my training was hard enough and I could do hard things on the comp floor.
When you make a charge up the leaderboard the way that you have been today, how does it set you up for the final day of competition?
I mean, I don't know. I think I'm in a qualifying spot. So that's good.
Do you pay attention to that kind of thing?
Not necessarily, just kind of hopefully. I mean, I'm going to do what I can do in the event, so I try not to pay attention too much. But
well, we'll let you go relax. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Danielle Brandon, 100 points added to her total. Men are coming up next. Here are your overall standings after 3 events. Saxon Panchik now with an 8-point lead over Dalla Pepper. Luis Oscar Mora, he sits in 3rd. Tyler Christoffel is in 4th. And Spencer Panchik now inside the top 5, looking for his first ever trip to the CrossFit Games. And Cole Sager just doing what Cole Sager does, hanging out in 6th place. Take a quick break. We'll be back with heat number 1 at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. The 2022 Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge is brought to you by Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Arasti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. O2, the official recovery drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. And the U.S. Army. Know your Army.
All right. Event number 4 for your gentlemen. Heat number 1 making their way to the competition floor. Starting off in lane number 2, Connor McDonald. Lane number 3, Tanner Balaz. Lane number 4, Jake Marconi. Lane number 5, Justin Rhodes. Lane number 6, William Leahy IV. Lane number 7, Robert Yates. Lane number 8, Frank Mastriani. Lane number 9, Richie Carroll. Rounding out the heat for event number 4, heat number 1, lane 10, Chase Smith.
You want me to keep whispering in your ear? I'll think about the time.
1 minute. 30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. All right, folks, here we go. It's going to be our Heat 1 of our men's division taking on event number 4. If you guys are just here for our women's final, it's going to look exactly the same. Going to be a 4-rounder. This is the Mac Mile 400-meter run on the True Form Runner. 30 wall balls, 20 chest to bar pull-ups, an 80-foot torque tank push, 10 sandbag cleans with a heavier sandbag, and then an 80-foot torque tank push on the way back. We're going to rinse and repeat that 4 times total. See if one of our gentlemen here can set the pace, set the mark, set the score or time for the rest of the pack to follow. One minute in. Look at this, Heat 1. Our first look at the fellas for the Mac Mile. 2 more heats to go. Last event of the day, last couple of heats of competition for our Saturday afternoon. Hand in the air for Leahy. Leahy putting on a clinic earlier in event number 3. We'll see what he can do here with event number 4. Hand also in the air down in lane number 2 for McDonald. And several other guys, all of our fellows looking to make some sub 2-minute quarter miles to start things off. William going to work there in lane number 6. McDonald in lane number 2. Joining him along with Yates in lane number 7. And down in lane number 10, Chase Smith. 30 wall balls. And we'll see those chest to bars come next. Leahy onto the chest to bar pull-up portion. Make a quick work of the wall balls as well. Leahy quite the pace setter, of course, in the last event. Looking to maybe do the same thing here. Lane number 7, 1 lane away. Robert Yates joining him on the pull-ups. Leahy driving straight down the center of the competition floor. Yates and Smith rounding out your 1, 2, and 3. Yates in lane number 7, Smith in lane number 10. Leahy, though, the first to arrive at the sandbag. 10 sandbag cleans. Gets himself situated, and up to his shoulder he goes, making quick work of rep number 1. The rest of the pack moving towards him. As we approach 4:30 on the time clock. past the 8-minute mark, he will head out for his next round of wall ball shots. Again, one of our guys in this heat will set the score or time to beat for the next heat to challenge. Leahy doing a great job of that in event number 3. Matter of fact, that time standing all the way through. Matter of fact, the fastest time in semifinals thus far in event 3. Creeping up on 9 minutes on the clock. Lane number 4, Jake Marconi, also done, man. Jake not wasting any time. Right to work on the wall balls. Tanner Balazs, lane number 3. On way down in lane number 10, Chase Smith duking it out for third, with Tanner Yates right there in the mix as we approach 9:30. Leahy done with the wall balls onto the chest to bar pull-ups. Coming up on 10 minutes and 30 seconds, Leahy making his way back to the sandbag to close out round number 2. Hand in the air, Leahy making quick work of the sandbags. Just a handful left to go. Marconi arriving, Balazs arriving. It's your 1, 2, and 3 at the sandbags, with the rest of the fellas making their way down. 11:30 on the time clock. Leahy, 1 rep to go. Thumbs up for Leahy on his last rep, and he will now make the torque tank return trip as we hit the 12-minute mark. Passing 12 minutes and 30 seconds on the time clock. Passing the halfway point in our allotted time. As we do that, Leahy arrives back on the rig side of the floor. Halfway done. 2 reps down. Correction, 2 rounds down for Leahy. 2 to go. Some of the fellas starting to close in, though. Blas and Marconi not that far behind, not quite the lead that Leahy had going into round number 2 as they start round number 3. Again, 2 full heats of competitors left to go for our individual men. Our last few heats of competition on this Saturday afternoon. Been a great weekend so far. Got a full action-packed day of competition coming up for you tomorrow, Sunday, right here at the MAC. Lots of stuff inside and outside. Don't forget about Vendor Village, folks. If you haven't had the chance to make it out there and check it out, don't miss out. CrossFit HQ well represented here. Our education division as well as affiliate services both have events and stuff going on all weekend long, so don't be shy, check it out. Have a little something for everybody. Connor McDonald making the return trip in lane number 2. Same for Justin Rhodes in lane number 5. Mastriani and Carroll looking to finish up their sandbag work. Frank, just a couple of reps to go there in lane number 8. Passing 15 minutes on the clock. Mastriani 1 rep to go to close out round 2. Mastriani done with that round of sandbags as he turns and makes his way back for his torque tank push. Hand in the air for Richie Carroll. Looking to do the same. Leahy on to the wall balls here in round number 3. Got about 16 minutes. 9 minutes remaining. Leahy and Marconi onto the wall balls. Keeping an eye on the judges near our athletes to see when that hand goes in the air, indicating they're down to the last few reps. Just like that for Leahy. Last couple of reps on these wall balls. And William, last rep, finishing up the wall balls there for round number 3. He'll now turn for 20 chest-to-bar pull-ups. Taking a moment to chalk up. Hand in the air from Marconi on the wall balls. And Jake finishing up as well. Marconi not wasting any time, going right to work on the wall balls. Leahy, going to work on his pull-ups. Leahy finishing the pull-ups. Eyeing that torque tank push down to the sandbag. Here in round number 3, hand in the air from Marconi back at the pull-ups. Jake making quick work of the pull-ups. Scans left, right, checks Leahy's position and leans in hard on that torque tank resistance sled. Tanner in lane number 3 going to work on his chest to bar as well. Here, 1, 2, and 3 here in heat number 1 as we pass 18 minutes on the clock. Leahy pausing for a second to readjust. Marconi going to wrap it up just about the same time. Start making his way to the sandbag just ahead of Leahy. And Jake going to work. And we have a new leader here in heat number 1. Marconi at lane number 4. A little extra fire in the belly, pulling up in the lead as we approach 19 minutes. Hand in the air from Marconi, last 5 reps. Tanner Blaze on his way down as well. They're in lane number 3. Hand in the air from Leahy's judge. Last 5 reps for right now, Marconi. Looking to wrap things up, and Jake does just that. Jake will make that return trip as your new leader going into round number 4. Last couple of reps for Leahy. $20 minutes elapsed, 5 minutes remaining. Leahy done with that round on the sandbag, about to make the return trip. But right now, Marconi almost there. He can see the gold line in front of him. A few more strides, and he will be back on the true form, squarely in the lead, double timing his way to the true form. Tanner wrapping up that round of sandbags, and he'll start his push down. Marconi neck deep in the 4th and final round. Looking to put a finishing time on that scorecard. Not a score, but a finishing time. As we approach 21 minutes. Leahy crossing the gold line. Heading to that treadmill to kick off round number 4. Same thing. Tanner almost there as well. Tanner making that adjustment. Keeping his torque tank in between the lines. McDonald arriving also at the sandbag for his 10 his 10 reps here in round number 3, coming up on 22 minutes. Get 25-minute time cap in place. Less than 3 minutes to go. Hand in the air from Marconi, looking to finish up this run on the true form. Marconi done on the true form. Can he get through the wall balls? He made short work of the wall balls and pull-ups last time. We are 23 minutes in, 2 minutes remaining. Keep it up, fellas. Every rep, every step counts. "90 seconds. Leahy onto the wall balls as well. Marconi unbroken thus far on his 30 reps. Hand in the air for Jake Marconi, looking to finish up these 30 reps as we approach the 1 minute mark. Marconi done with the wall balls, just over 60 seconds to go, 20 chest to bars. How far can he get with that torque tank when he finishes? We've got full confidence he's gonna blaze through these 20. Less than 60 seconds. Lee looking to finish up his wall balls and join it, but right now it's all Marconi on the pull-ups, hand in the air from his judge. Last one, how far can he get for that torque tank in 30 seconds? Let's make some noise, folks. Let's cheer him on. Jake Marconi pushing across the floor. Can he get to the sandbag? That's a long 80 feet, pushing that torque tank. 20 seconds to go. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. Marconi digging in. 3, 2, 1. That's time, just short of that goal line, man. Big round of applause for the guys. Big round of applause for Jake Marconi. Great come from behind. Hellish effort out there, making things happen. That's heat number 1, folks. Got heat number 2 coming up next. So we see where we lay with our score to beat. Jake Marconi setting the tone all the way.
Saturday at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge winding to a close here at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with 2009 CrossFit Games champion Tanya Wagner, and Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. We are through one of three heats in event 4 for the individuals. The Mac Mile presented by Rogue.
4 rounds of 400-meter run on the True Form runner, 30 wall balls at 20 pounds, 20 chest to bar pull-ups, and then 80-foot tank push, followed by the sandbag to shoulder with a 150-pound bag, and then another 80-foot tank push back. Rinse and repeat.
Recipe for success delivered by Trifecta. In an event this long, you gotta know where you stand throughout if you gotta adjust your strategy.
Yeah, pacing matters. You gotta start conservative that first round. See how that first round takes a toll on your body. Making adjustments, take inventory, check in on how you're breathing, where your heart rate's at, and make the adjustments.
10 men in this second of 3 heats. Mitchell Stevenson will be in lane number 1. He comes in 13th place overall. He had his best event finish in event 3 so far. He was 11th in 2014 regional event 5.
That moved him up 6 places. He came into today's event in 19th place. So riding a little momentum. He overall is super athletic. He is the athlete that actually went individual this year on CrossFit I Love It's team. He was the team athlete there with them last year at the games. So super fit athlete. Expect him to do well in this event.
Lee Sharam also coming off his best event finish of the competition. He took 9th in 2014 regional event 5, currently 15th place overall.
That bumped him up the leaderboard 5 places.
First round underway, and we start with that 400-meter run on the True Form. Jake Marconi in heat number 1 got the farthest in the event. He got through 70 feet on his final tank push.
And he wasn't leading the way the whole time. Bill Leahy led the way, so it really, for this event, isn't about who's out first. It's who has the capacity for this whole duration. True Form runner. Whew, these guys, they're brutal, and we see them in competition. It's a way that we can add running to these events, and they just take so much more out of your legs. This whole event is just so leg-centric for your stamina, strength. It just lower body just shoots you right in the legs.
There is Zach Watts, who started the competition with a first place tie in the barbell complex, but since then he has yet to finish better than 24th in an event, and he currently sits in 20th place overall. Watts qualifying for the CrossFit Games out of this event last year.
And there's something for everyone in this workout. So if you are a runner or you have experience on the True Form runner, then maybe that's where you want to push a little bit, or you can kind of relax. But maybe for you, you're more of the grunt athlete kind of, or the grunt work athlete. Then come the back half of this event, that's where you can kind of make your push or make a difference. And so that's why I like this event. There's a lot of strategy. There's a lot of places for movement or jockeying, depending how efficient you are.
That's Cam Crockett in lane 5. He's inside 100 meters to go. Mitchell Stevenson in lane number 1. Also had his judge's hand in the air, but in lane 7, it's Philip Muscarella who's going to be the first man to the wall balls. And in lane 10, Lee Sharam right behind him. Mitchell Stevenson now on the left side of your screen in the light blue shirt gets started on his set of 30 wall balls. 20-pound wall ball here. After this is the 20 chest to bar pull-ups.
And I expect to see a lot of athletes already doing that, really using their arms, throwing that ball with their arms, pushing. When your legs are a little fatigued coming off the runner, go ahead and use your arms. There's not a lot here, upper body. So big push with their arms thrown, just kind of saving the legs as best as possible.
Cam Crockett in lane 5, 17th place overall. He's coming off his worst finish of the competition. He was 22nd in 2014 regional event 5. Started off the competition with a tie for 8th in the barbell complex with a lift of 320 pounds. And now he is on the chest to bar pull-ups along with Muscarella in lane 7 and Lee Sharam down there in lane 10 in the red shirt. Here comes Mitchell Stevenson down in lane 1. And in lane 6, that's Riley Good.
Real nice butterfly chest bar pull-ups, and 20 is no big deal for the guys. Really, all that is just a little burst of their heart rate, little spike, but these guys are used to and capable of big volume on the pull-up bar.
Cam Crockett, Phil Muscarella, and Lee Sharam dead even for the lead here on their first 80-foot tank push. Mitchell Stevenson and Riley Good right behind them. And in lanes 2 and 3 on the far left side of your screen, that's John Colty and Traven Benton. Cam Crockett will get to the sandbag at about the same time as Phil Muscarella. Crockett taking some time to chalk his hands, smartly putting some chalk on his tank. And Lee Sharam is onto the sandbag cleans, as is Riley Good, the man right in the middle of the screen with those bright yellow socks. Ten reps they need to complete here. 150 pounds is the weight on that bag.
That touch and go works if you have the capacity to do that, if your lungs can handle that. But it presses on your chest, you're holding the ball for a lot more time, and this isn't the place to do it. This isn't the race right here. This is only round 1. So we've already seen, if you learn your lessons from other heats, this isn't really the place that you need to spike that heart rate. So if that's what's happening here, we're going to see some people slow down.
Mitchell Stevenson is the first man done with his set of 10 sandbag cleans, and he is working his way back down the floor. Cam Crockett is the second man back to the tank, and Lee Sharam down in lane 10 is in third. Let's go down to Nikki Brazier.
This is the second year in a row that we're seeing the torque tank here at the MAC, but this year is a little bit different. In fact, more difficult in a number of ways. To start, you see the athletes holding the bottom of the tank. Last year, they were able to hold higher up and they were able to put their shoulders into it as well, but the organizers have maintained that getting lower, getting that center of gravity lower is making it more difficult. They've also cranked the resistance up on the torque tank this year, and most notably, the length of the field. This year they have to push that tank 80 feet. Last year it was just half, just 40 feet.
Mitchell Stevenson closing out round 1, gets set to start his second of 4 rounds. Back to the true form runner for another 400 meters. There is Cam Crockett, who sits in second place. Riley Good will be the next man back, along with Lee Sharam and Phil Muscarella. Jake Marconi has the score to beat from heat number 1. He got through 70 feet on his final tank push.
These long events test your aerobic capacity. And a lot of these athletes are breathing hard already for this being round 1. But that tank, not many of these athletes have the experience with the tank and the effects of what it's going to do to their bodies. So similar to a sled, but we've also heard when you're pushing into that tank, it also gives you more pushback. So there is a sweet spot that you have to find. So hopefully some of them can figure that out.
And there really is a sweet spot, too, on the air runner. If you've never been on one of these things before, it's like, how do you make running worse? Do it on this.
Yeah, it really is. If you don't have the right footing, if you can get ahead of you too fast, and the fatigue, just kind of figuring that out, you've already wasted the energy and the time that it took you to figure it out.
See Mitchell Stevenson there.
Staying forward, that's what you want to do. You want to be on that incline there. That's what's going to keep everything moving. They are different than the air runners, which a lot of athletes have as well. So there's there's a different feel to these, but these athletes will be able to figure it out. It's just how much it takes out of them if they're not as used to it.
And Mitchell Stevenson is inside, 100 meters to go. Cam Crockett is the man in second place. His judge's hand is in the air as well. And now he is done. So Cam Crockett The first man done with his second 400-meter run. Mitchell Stevenson right behind him. Crockett back to work on his 30 wall balls. Crockett on the right side. Mitchell Stevenson down on the left in lane 1.
Mitchell Stevenson in the blue shirt, bringing his arms down to rest his shoulders, doing everything he can to stay relaxed. Cam Crockett on the right of your screen, got a no rep there. He leaves his arms up. It can be the little things like this over time and over the volume of this kind of workout that can make the difference.
Jake Marconi got the farthest in the event. He got through 70 feet of his tank push in heat number 1.
Looking at these two athletes, so man, Mitchell Stevenson is using his hips. He's using his leg drive to get that ball out. Cam is using all arms. He actually throws the ball before he opens his hips. So that tells me how strong Mitch Stevenson is feeling right now.
Stevenson and Cam Crockett onto their 20 chest to bar pull-ups.
Beautiful chest to bars, butterfly for both athletes, neck and neck.
Stevenson and Crockett to the tank at the same time. Riley Good and Phil Muscarella are fighting for third place in this heat right now. And Muscarella is going to hop off the pull-up bar ahead of Riley Good. Mitchell Stevenson about half a tank length ahead of Cam Crockett.
Stevenson keeping that tank real centered, pretty even, didn't need to make any adjustments.
And this is where Stevenson did some great work in round number 1 on this 150-pound sandbag. 10 reps here he needs to complete from the ground to his shoulder. Cam Crockett about a rep behind right now as Riley Good and Phil Muscarella are coming up to join these two on the sandbag.
Watch Crockett's hips. He needs to use his legs and drive with his legs to get that ball up. But here, Stevenson just kind of hinges at the waist to pick it up and leans back, and he can just use his arms to pick that up. So a little easier on the legs for Stevenson because he has that upper body strength he's relying on to just whip around 150 pounds.
And Stevenson is done.
Yeah,
Crockett has 4 left.
Made that look like it was no big deal. Gotta make sure that's not the women's bag at 100 pounds way you move that.
Stevenson was ripping that thing off the ground, and as a result, he is through 40 feet of his tank push, as now Cam Crockett just starting his 80-foot trip back down the floor. Stevenson halfway through into round number 3 now as he starts his third 400-meter run. Cam Crockett still solidly in second place, and the fight for third is between Phil Muscarella and Riley Good. Lee Sherham sits in 5th right now.
This is a good spot to take inventory while you're here on the runner.
And Nikki Brazier, let's send it down to her on the competition floor. She's with Bailey Rail.
All right, Bailey, you just did this event for better or for worse. Now that you're seeing these guys get back to the runner in this final run, what is happening for them in their bodies and their minds at this point in the event?
I would assume that they're just trying to continue to chip away because this round 3 is where it starts to burn. And so if you can just kind of run your race and play to your own strength, just keep moving is the name of the game right now.
You said that you had practiced this ahead of time, and sort of the pain cave, as we know it, is the part of the event that you are most worried about or most not looking forward to. What was it like when you were in it?
It's painful. Yeah, but you knew it was coming, so if you can just settle in and like ask yourself, like, how bad do you want it? You're gonna hurt no matter what, no matter if you go fast, if you go slow. So just try to keep moving. Again, play to your strengths where you can gain a little bit of ground anywhere you can, and then just keep moving. But yeah, it definitely gets painful, but it's also a mental game too, because it's such a long workout.
I know this weekend is twofold for you in terms of stress. You're obviously trying to qualify for the games. You have your boyfriend, Tyler, trying to qualify for the games as well. What's that been like for you guys?
It's such a blessing. I think we both understand that we need to take care of business, and so we respect that with one another, but we also try to be there for each other, support each other, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It's such a blessing.
Awesome. Well, congrats. You're doing great so far. Thank you
so much.
Cam Crockett solidly in second place, going through his third 400-meter run. Mitchell Stevenson is on his final 100 meters as well. So Crockett has been able to cut into Stevenson's lead here on the true form runner, but Stevenson is now off and on to his third set of 30 wall balls.
Still getting the full extension with those hips. Able to use the leg drive there. And like Bailey was just saying, the pain cave, wobbles hurt if you stop and you're like, crap, I have to pick it back up. Like there's not a lot. You just kind of embrace it and you stay in it. It ends it quicker.
Less than 10 minutes to go here. Third of 4 rounds for Mitchell Stevenson. Cam Crockett is now onto the wall balls as well, solidly in second place. Stevenson coming into this event 13th place overall. So a strong finish here could put him in that third and final heat for day number 3.
That can be good for some athletes. It can be bad for others. So right now he's leading an event. If that helps you out better and that actually allows you to kind of run your race without getting caught up, sometimes that's better for athletes. We've seen it go either way, that it's good to be in the fast heat and kind of know where the pace is, or stay in this heat and just set the pace for the others. So he won't have a choice where he goes. It's going to be how he finishes this up.
Cam Crockett has knocked out his 30 wall balls. He'll join Stevenson on the pull-up bar.
But he is breathing hard. He's taking a long rest here. Stevenson with the long exhale, the big breath.
Stevenson onto the tank to make his way down for his third set of sandbag cleans in lane 6 and lane 7. That's the fight for third place in the heat between Phil Muscarella and Riley Good. Crockett is through his chest of bars. $10 feet to go right now for Mitchell Stevenson. Phil Muscarella just finished up his set of wall balls. He'll move on to the pull-up bar. He's ahead of Riley Good right now for third place in this heat. Jake Marconi in heat number 1 got the farthest in this event. He got through 70 feet on his tank push. In the fourth and final round, as Cam Crockett adjusting his tank and Mitchell Stevenson continuing to just maul that sandbag in the bottom left-hand part of your screen. He has 4 reps remaining.
The longest break we've seen him take so far.
Stevenson back to work as Cam Crockett makes his way to the sandbag. Final rep for Stevenson, and now he'll try to close out round 3.
From Team I Love It, there's Stevenson's wife cheering him on. The nerves watching you, and especially in these longer events, seeing them just grind it out. You can't help them, you just cheer them on.
Stevenson slogging through this 80-foot tank push, and then he'll be done with round 3 into the final round. One last 400-meter run on that true form runner to begin the 4th and final round, as Cam Crockett now has 3 reps remaining on his sandbag cleans. Phil Muscarella onto the bag, and here comes Riley Good. Top 4 have remained the same throughout the entirety of this heat. Two reps, now 1 remaining for Crockett, and he'll get back to the tank. Stevenson on to the true form runner for the final time. Cam Crockett still in second place. Phil Muscarella has 4 reps remaining on his sandbag. Riley Good now has 4 as well. And Lee Sharam sits in 5th place in the heat. He's on the tank, heading back to the sandbag for the 3rd time. Riley Good and Phil Muscarella, bottom right-hand part of your screen. 2 reps remaining for each. Less than 5 minutes to go before we hit the 25-minute time cap. Cam Crockett, far side on the right side of your screen, now just starting his final 400-meter run.
Shaking those arms out after the sandbags, getting them ready for the wall balls. Cam Crockett again with that nice clip. He does well here on the runner.
The Mac Mile presented by Rogue. Longest event that these men will face over these 3 days of competition.
And they're already through 3 rounds of this with a run at 400 meters on that runner. The wall balls at 30 reps, 20 chest to bar pull-ups, the tank push, sandbag to shoulder for 10 reps, and then the 80-foot tank push back. That adds up to a whole lot of work.
Final 100 meters on this last 400-meter run for Mitchell Stevenson. He's going to try to catch up to Jake Marconi, who again got through 70 feet on his final 80-foot tank push. Muscarella and Riley Good now back for the final time on the true form runner. Stevenson's done. He's got 30 reps here, then 20 chest to bar pull-ups to complete before he can get his hands on that tank. And we are approaching the 22-minute mark, so 3 minutes right now for Mitchell Stevenson to get all that work done.
This is where you're giving it everything you have left. He moves so well. He's so efficient with his movement. As a coach looking at that, you're like textbook. Beautiful for how much volume he's already done. Giving those shoulders a little breather to maintain his tempo. Hasn't faltered yet.
2.5 minutes to go for Mitchell Stevenson. Looking to set the new mark to beat with 1 heat remaining. He has just 5 reps remaining now on his wall balls before he gets back to the pull-up bar. Cam Crockett has just finished his final 400-meter run.
Getting the love, getting the support. They're screaming for him to keep moving.
2 minutes to go for Stevenson. Coming in 13th place overall with 157 total points. He's only 4 points back of Phil Muscarella for 10th. Now Stevenson is done and gets right to work on the tank. 90 seconds to go.
He's riding the line early, but it was pushing in the right direction. You can't see where you're going when your head's down, so he takes a little peek just to make sure he's lined up. He's fine.
Stevenson is going to have a chance here if he can find that pace that he had in the first couple of rounds on that sandbag.
The crowd is getting behind him. The first man to get to the sandbags today.
45 seconds to go. He's got to knock out 10 reps to get himself across the finish line, but he is your new event leader. Seconds, and he's through 2 of his 10, now 3 of his 10 reps. Halfway there, he's got 15 seconds left.
His sandbag speed is what got him here.
And he's going to get through 8 of those 10. Cam Crockett also getting through 70 feet on his tank push. What an effort from Mitch Stevenson to set the new mark to beat, getting through 8 of his 10 sandbag cleans in the final round.
He just put on a show for everyone with that event. That was beautiful.
There's Zach Watts. As every athlete in this heat is a lot worse for the wear after going through that monster of an event.
And for Heat 3, I'm wondering what they're thinking right now. Okay, all right, well, we know what we have ahead of us.
We have yet to see an individual athlete finish this event.
Yeah, but Mitchell Stevenson was the closest that we had, 2 reps away. Touch and go early with this sandbag. He just picked it up, made that thing look like light work. Did that all the way through until the end. His wall ball still showing that leg strength. This test was endurance and also that leg stamina. He was able to do those wall balls with that full extension and get that leg drive. Moved so well, so athletic. He did so well in this event. We expected him to do so. He just wasn't able to get through those final 2, but gritted it out.
Gets through 8 of his 10 reps. And his family would have loved to have seen him finish that, but he does have the top score going into the 3rd and final heat. One heat remains as we close out Saturday at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. And it has been a fun day here in the shadow of Neyland Stadium in Knoxville, Tennessee. Only 2 events remain after today. And we have some athletes who really need to come up with some clutch performances here in this 3rd and final heat for the men inside the Knoxville Civic Coliseum. I'm Sean Woodland with 2009 CrossFit Games champion Tanya Wagner, and Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. Overall standings for the men coming into this event, Saxon Panchik continues to lead. He doubles the cushion that he had over Dallin Pepper, now leads by 8 points. Luis Oscar Mora, 240 points. It sits in 3rd. Christoffel and Spencer Panchik inside the top 5 is Spencer Panchik looking for his first ever trip to the CrossFit Games. Cole Sager sits in 6th. And Noah Olson is in 8th right now. the Mac Mile, presented by Rowe.
This is going to be one of those staple events for anyone that is here. This is 4 rounds of 400-meter runs on the True Form Runner, 30 wall balls, 20 chest-to-bar pull-ups, 80-foot tank push right there on that torque tank, followed by 10 sandbag to shoulders, 150 pounds. These guys will have, and then an 80-foot tank push back to repeat this for another 3 rounds.
The recipe for success delivered by Trifecta. Have you changed it at all?
I'm not going to change anything. You still need to know your tempo in any long event, or any long event that you ever have. You need to know your pacing and manage that early on. But take inventory with yourself. Where you can make some gains, do so. Where you need to back off, you need to just manage that, because it really comes down to how well you're performing at the end of this.
10 men in this third and final heat. Dallin Pepper will be in lane number 6. He currently sits in second place overall. And for more on him, let's go down to Nikki Brazier.
Dallin is definitely one to watch in this event. This event is definitely a pain cave event. It's long, it's grinding, and Dallin and his team have been working on his mindset and his well-roundedness over the course of the last season. According to his coach, Matt Torres, this is going to be a strong event for him. We'll hear from his coach a little bit later on in this event.
Dallin Pepper, nothing outside the top 5 through 3 events. That's why he is in second place all by himself. Saxon Panchik is your overall leader with 280 total points. He has nothing outside of the top 5 either, and he won Midline Sadness. Spencer Panchik, his twin brother, he currently sits in 5th place overall. He's only 7 points up on Cole Sager. Spencer looking for his first career trip to the CrossFit Games.
And wherever we see Saxon, we see Spencer kind of right there. Well, in an event like this, Saxon is going to kill it, so I expect to see Spencer right there as well.
Final heat of the day for the individuals. We haven't seen any individual athlete complete this event inside the time cap. Now there is Nick Thomas, and don't expect him to go too quickly here on that True Form Runner. He rolled his ankle in the last event, so he's just trying to gut through this portion of the Mac Mile.
He's actually even going faster than what I expected, but you do need to keep that thing moving in order to get it going. You need to put a little bit of effort into it. Judging by the looks of his face, he's feeling every step of that.
There is Cole Sager in the gray shirt. Logan Collins closest to the camera. Sager, 6th place overall. He's only 7 points back at Spencer Panchik. And he is good at these long, grinded out events. These are the 3 men who currently sit in spots 3, 4, and 5 in the overall standings. On the left side is Spencer Panchik. Next to him is Luis Oscar Mora, who sits in 3rd. And then in the bottom right, that's Tyler Christoffel right now in 4th place with 232 total points.
Tyler Christoffel, again, similar to Dallin Pepper, were the 2 athletes last year who took 6th place right outside of qualifying position. They've been 2 athletes that were on our radar. Just reminding you at home that these are 2 athletes to pay attention to. They're hungry to get to the games. And Christoffel is sitting right now in 4th place. He came into today in that place. He's still there. It's moving day. There hasn't been a ton of movement on the board on the men's side. But with this event, here's a man that needs to move.
Noah Olson, first man to the wall ball. Cole Sager right behind him. Olson, 8th place overall. He has 190 total points. He's 29 back of Spencer Panchik is Olson for that 5th and final spot. And Noah has had a really slow start here. Had a couple costly mistakes in event number 1. Didn't perform the way we would thought he would in event number 2. And then he finished 10th in event number 3.
He just hasn't looked like himself. He usually, even if he has some trouble in an event, he usually can bounce back, or you see him kind of come back. We just haven't seen that yet. One more opportunity today to do so. I hope he picks this pace well. He also is known to go out a little heavy or a little fast. So hopefully this wasn't too fast out of the get-go. But he is a good runner. He did give up some of that running ability, or he slowed down a little bit in his runs as he's gotten stronger. But he did look great coming off the runner.
Olsen onto the pull-ups for the first time. Cole Sager is right behind him. And Saxon Panchik, your overall leader in lane 5, is also there. Olsen should have no problem with these chest-to-bar pull-ups. And yesterday in Midline Sadness, he led for most of that event, but then just kind of had a couple mistakes late, and he coughed up the lead, cost him a couple spots in the standings. First man to the tank is Olsen, followed by Saxon Panchik and Cole Sager. Jake Berman, down in lane 10, is in 4th place right now.
Now, judging by the way Noah is moving that tank, man, he's always so strong. His tank is kind of leaning there to the side. He's trying to make the adjustment, but he is just at such a quicker pace than the other athletes.
Quick adjustment on the tank for Olsen, right back to work. He'll be the first man done with that 80-foot push. Takes some time to adjust it for the trip back, and now gets started on his 10. Sandbag to shoulder, 150 pounds. Cole Sager is done just ahead of Saxon Panchik.
Staying nice and close over the bag, staying centered so he doesn't have to reach too far forward.
Cole Sager and Saxon Panchik have yet to let go of the sandbag. 5 remaining for Noah Olsen. 5 left now for Panchik and Sager. Two reps left for Olsen.
Saxon looks super confident here.
Cole Sager gets back to the tank first. Saxon Panchik will be second, and it's Noah Olsen now in third. So the touch-and-go technique paying off for Sager and Saxon Panchik as they grab the lead from Noah Olsen as they all close out the first of these 4 rounds. Jake Berman in 4th place, top of your screen in lane 10. Cole Sager, no stranger to pushing the sled, played college football at the University of Washington, and his first moment that he remembers getting on the field was returning in the opening kickoff against Notre Dame at Notre Dame.
He's a staple at the games, been there 8 times. No stranger to this level of competition, to games level competition. He knows it's not about one event. It's always about the duration of the whole weekend, the whole competition.
There is Noah Olsen, 8th place overall coming into this event. But he is within striking distance of a spot inside the top 5. Saxon Panchik still your overall leader with an 8-point cushion on Dallin Pepper. Let's go down to Nikki Brazier.
So I have Matt Torres here, who's been coaching Dallin, and I know that you mentioned that this round and the next round probably going to be the hardest for these guys. What's happening in their bodies, in their minds in this moment?
So right now, what they're thinking is, I got to maintain the same pace on that runner. When they get off of that runner, they get onto the wall balls. It's just about consistency. If they can hit the same amount of reps on the first or on the second and third round as they did the first, they're going to be feeling a lot of confidence. The big thing is, what is that sandbag going to do to them on the third round, and how is it going to affect the last round?
When you look at an event like this mixed into the overall programming, and it's so long and there's so many different elements, what does it do to a competition weekend like this?
I truly love this. The cap is really, really tight. We're going to see who's going to be confident with their execution, who knows their paces the best, and I think it's a really good test of, as you put everything together, a very long workout. To see the first day, a lot of quick workouts. Even this morning, a very quick workout. So I think this is a perfect placement. The length of time, how many things we're dealing with right here. It's not a running workout. They're spending more time on the wall balls, the chest to bars, the pushing, the sandbag, and that's really the core amount of time where they're spending a lot of their energy.
There was a lot of heartbreak at the end of last season for Dallin in the last chance qualifier and not getting to where he wanted to get to. How much did that fire him up for this season?
Yeah. Well, enough that he put the leaderboard as his phone background, and he's ready to get rid of that thing. So, you know, he's confident. You know, we're seeing a much different Dallin this year, and I think this workout right here is going to be a testament to who we're dealing with now.
Thank you so much, Matt.
Yeah, for sure.
Saxon Panchik continuing to lead here as we approach the 9-minute mark in this event. 8:53 has gone by here. Noah Olson and Cole Sager were right behind him, getting to their second set of 30 wall balls. And now Saxon Panchik is done, and he'll move back to the pull-up bar. Overall leader after 3 events is Saxon Panchik, 8 points up on Dallin Pepper, who is in lane 6 right now. Noah Olson and Cole Sager, opposite ends of the floor. They are onto the pull-ups for the second time. Mentioned Noah Olson within striking distance of one of the spots in the top 5 as Saxon Panchik gets back to the tank. Olson has 190 points. He's 29 back of Spencer Panchik for that 5th and final qualifying spot. And Cole Sager is trying to track down Spencer Panchik as well. And right now both Olson and Sager are ahead of Spencer Panchik, and they have some people between them and Spencer. Saxon Panchik in the lead. Cole Sager is in second. Noah Olson in third, and it's Jake Berman in fourth. And there is Spencer Panchik on the pull-up bar for the second of 4 times. Saxon Panchik to the sandbag for the second time here. Both he and Cole Sager able to go touch and go on that first set. And Saxon Panchik going with that technique again. Sager to the bag, and here comes Noah Olson. Olson sticking with singles.
Fatigue is starting to set in. He had to use a lot more hips there in those last 2 reps.
Sager taking a break just to readjust his grip. Saxon Panchik back to work. He has 1 rep remaining. Sager now in his final rep.
Sager not going at a crazy speed, just being smooth and fluid with each one, staying real relaxed.
And Cole Sager is about a tank and a half length behind Saxon Panchik. And you think back to 2018, the Battleground event that Cole Sager won, very similar to kind of what we're seeing here. Just a lot of grunt work in a long time domain.
Definitely things in Cole Sager's wheelhouse. I mean, that's kind of your foundation, what you're built on. You can always go back to that.
Noah Olson at the bottom of your screen and Jake Berman at the top now, about even for 3rd place in this heat. Mitchell Stevenson has the score to beat. He got through 8 of his final 10 sandbag cleans in heat number 2. Saxon Panchik is halfway through the event. Back to the true form runner to start round number 3. Cole Sager hot on his heels. And the 2 of them getting started on that 400-meter run at about the same time. Sager on the right, 6th place overall, 212 total points, trails Spencer Panchik by 7 points, and he can make that up here if this order holds in this heat. Jake Berman and Noah Olson coming back to the runner. Dallin Pepper will be the 5th man to close out his second of 4 rounds. He's in the black shorts on the right side. As we are more than halfway through the allotted time here in this event. 12 minutes remain.
Someone we haven't talked about much yet in this event is your third place overall man, Oscar Mora. Luis is here just fatigued. We've seen a lot from him, strength. He could do the legless rope climb. He could walk on his hands. In this event, can he go the distance? That was the question. That was the checkbox we haven't been able to fill yet, and we're just kind of seeing this is a struggler for him.
Oscar Mora with 240 points. He's 8 points up on Tyler Christoffel. And 21 points up on Spencer Panchik, who's in the bottom left-hand part of your screen. So while Spencer Panchik is surrendering ground to Cole Sager, he's gaining ground on Luis Oscar Mora. So Spencer Panchik, depending on what happens here with Mora, could stay inside the top 5.
And that wasn't a strength issue right there. That was all lungs. That is your aerobic capacity. And when you're bent over like that, when you the strength that he does and you just can't move it, that's all about your oxygen exchange and transfer.
Cole Sager on his final 100 meters as he kicks off round 3. Spencer Panchik is just about done. And now Spencer Panchik, your overall leader and leader in this heat, will be the first man back for his third set of 30 wall balls.
And as soon as Saxon is by himself there, he has a chance just to kind of take a breath.
Noah Olson has gained a little ground on Cole Sager. Olson, the third man of the wall balls. Solidly in third place in this heat is Noah Olson. But since no one has finished this event, a lot of scores from the prior heats are going to play in here.
I'm really
Spencer
impressed.
Panchik, final 5 reps.
And I'm really impressed with Noah Olson, the bottom of your screen, being able to make the adjustment to kind of come back a little bit after maybe coming out a little too hot. That's impressive. That tells you where his mental game is as well, to still stay in this.
Spencer Panchik now to his 20 chest to bar pull-ups. As far as Saxon Panchik, I knew it was going to happen.
That's right.
Cole Sager maintaining a lead on Noah Olson. Jake Berman in lane 10 is onto the wall balls. Berman trying to stay in that third and final heat for Sunday as Saxon Panchik is back on the tank for another 80-foot push. Cole Sager off the pull-up bar as he's trying to separate himself from Noah Olson. Olson is now done. Cole Sager took a look to his right to see where Olson was. Saxon Panchik, Cole Sager, and Noah Olson, your top 3 right now in this third and final heat.
What they need to do is what's going to be best for their breathing with the sandbag. They need to stay close, hit one at a time, just manage so that they have enough left when they come back, because they may not get through the entire portion of the 4th round, but they need to give themselves every chance to get every rep they can.
Saxon Panchik after a quick break, starting his third set of 10 sandbag cleans. Cole Sager right behind him. Saxon gets through 2 reps before Sager starts. Now Noah Olson is on the sandbag. Dallin Pepper and Jake Berman are fighting for 4th place, and right now Berman is winning that race. He's in the background there on his tank push.
Cole hasn't put the sandbag down.
Cole Sager into the lead. late in round 3 as Saxon Panchik has just 1 rep remaining. Noah Olson with a no rep.
Whew. So Saxon goes 7-2 and then 1. While Sager held on for all 10. That was either really smart for Sager or we're going to see some effects of it. But from the looks of Saxon, it looks like he's a little beat up too.
Sager with about a 10-foot lead on Saxon Panchik. Noah Olson on the right side has 2 reps left on the sandbag. And Dallin Pepper has now 4 reps remaining. So Pepper's starting to reel in Noah Olson right now for 3rd place in the heat. Olson's done. He'll get back to the tank. Round 4 for Cole Sager. Back to the true form runner for his final 400 meters. Saxon Panchik sits in 2nd. Noah Olson is keeping Jake Berman and Dallin Pepper in his rearview mirror right now, but Berman at the top of the screen is hanging close. Olson having to make another adjustment on his tank in his final 10 feet here. And he will join Panchik and Sager back on the true form runner for the final time. Cole Sager, 6th place overall coming into this event, 7 points back of Spencer Panchik. And Spencer Panchik is on his sandbag cleans here in round 3. And he has 3 reps remaining.
If this comes down to the sandbags, I've got to give it to Cole. But, man, Saxon has just been able to finish his events really strong. So it's going to be this portion of wall balls and chest to bar for me. And I don't know, with the looks of Sager right now on the run, I'm getting excited, Sean.
We could be in for a really good finish here. Less than 5 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. Mitchell Stevenson with the best score so far. Got through 8 of his final 10 sandbag cleans.
Man, and when you're this tired on a runner like that, you got to keep the thing going. Sager's falling back a little bit farther on the runner. If you deviate from your form, it taxes you even more. So you can't do the little shuffle steps and get away with it.
Noah Olson still in 3rd place in this heat. 8th place overall coming into this event. 29 points back of Spencer Panchik for that 5th and final spot. As now Saxon is in his final 100 meters on the true form. Looks like he has pulled ahead of Cole Sager as Cole Sager's judge's hand just went into the air.
Look at Noah. I think the best thing for him in this event is that he got passed and he was able to stay in his lane without a race. You can see the difference as they're running. Noah looks so relaxed. Meanwhile, Saxon and Sager have been in a race for the majority of this thing, and they've had to push the tempo that much more. Noah looks really good right now.
Top 5 men, women, and teams advancing to the 2020 Noble CrossFit Games. Spots 6, 7, and 8 for the individuals. Keep their seasons alive and get to compete in the last chance online qualifier. Saxon Panchik back in the lead. He's onto his wall ball. So here comes Cole Sager. Less than 3 minutes to go.
All right, here we go. Nice fast punch from Sager.
Dallin Pepper has moved into 3rd, just ahead of Noah Olson. Pepper getting back to the wall. And here comes Noah Olson on the left side of your screen. Pepper's in lane 6. And Saxon Panchik is now done with his final set of 30 wall balls. He'll move to the pull-up bar. Cole Sager getting set to close out his set as well and join Saxon Panchik on the pull-up bar. And now Sager is done. Less than 2 remaining. Final 3 reps for Saxon Panchik. Saxon right to work on the tank. Cole Sager just about done with his chest to bar pull-ups. Sager going unbroken, and he'll get back to the torque tank. If Saxon Panchik wants to guarantee himself a win in this event, he's got to get 8 to tie Mitchell Stevenson on the sandbag. 9 to win it outright. Here comes Cole Sager. Dallin Pepper and Noah Olson onto the pull-up bar.
But if Cole Sager can get there quick enough, even in the last round we saw it, Saxon was 4 reps ahead and Cole still came back. Saxon had to break. I don't know if he had enough in him to go unbroken on this, but that's what he needs to do right now if he stands a chance against Cole Sager and that sandbag.
40 seconds left for Saxon Panchik. He's halfway home. Tia Toomey urging him on. Saxon Panchik puts it down with 2 to go. He's got 20 seconds. Final rep for Saxon Panchik. And he has done it. Event win for Saxon Panchik to close out Saturday. And Tia Toomey loves every second of it.
That was good. That was real good, Saxon. Nice work here. Cole just unable.
I think he got 3 or 4 reps. But Saxon Panchik, the only man, only individual to finish this event inside the time cap.
So impressive, and it took everything in him to do that. It took every second to do that. But when you have Tia Claire Toomey screaming in your face, what do? He said in another event, well, I didn't want to know how much it hurts. You just smile. You don't look like you're in pain. He did it for the team. Well done.
What an impressive performance from Saxon Panchik. There's Dallin Pepper, who is going to be solidly inside the top 5. And we'll have to wait to see how the scores shake out. Spencer Panchik was trying to hold off Cole Sager and Noah Olson, the two of them finishing ahead of Spencer. But remember, Luis Oscar Mora, who was in 3rd, was behind Spencer. So we are going to have a shakeup inside the top 5.
We'll definitely have to wait for the leaderboard to shake out for this one because there's a lot of shifting going on. We have Oscar Mora here with our 3rd place coming into this event. But man, Cole Sager, he was strong on this event. That really was helpful for him. Sager just was playing back and forth with whoever was in the lead. He took the lead in the first round over Noah Olson. Then Saxon had the lead after the second round, after the 400-meter run. Sager took back again when he came back to the sandbags. It was back and forth for who was going to be on the lead, but every time Cole Sager got to those sandbags, man, that is where he made up his time. Saxon's final push with his unbroken reps, and he made it to 8 on the sandbag. He had the last 2 with Tia Claire screaming in his face to pick it back up, the only man to finish this event. That was impressive.
There are the Panchik twins. Saxon on the left, Spencer on the right. The two of them looking to qualify the CrossFit Games together. And you think back a few years when Saxon was able to qualify with his brother Scott, and the scene that you saw there when Saxon's name was announced, we could see something similar here at the end of Sunday. Saxon Panchik looks like he is well on his way. Scott Panchik, the proud older brother.
Similar picture of when he was competing, and the boys were so young when they first started CrossFit. This has been a family affair for them from the beginning.
2 event wins in the last 3 for Saxon Panchik, and he has yet to finish lower than 5th. He won Midline Sadness, and he is the only individual to complete the MAC mile inside the time cap. He did it in 24 minutes, 50.46 seconds. Let's go down to Nikki Brazier, who's with Cole Sager.
Yeah, we're here at the finish mat because Cole, just like many of the other athletes we've seen come through this event, it is very difficult to recover. Take us back through it, just round after round. What were some of the biggest challenges?
Well, I think the biggest challenge was to maintain your pace on the true form runner. I think that this really came down to the run, and Saxon really took advantage of that. And my game plan was to try to hold a steady pace, and then my strength was the sandbag. So that's what I was really trying to make in my time, but Saxon ran a great race. It was a lot of fun. It was a very tough workout.
So you pay attention. You look left and right. You see where everyone is. Does that make does that change your strategy as you go, or do you kind of have something and you stick to it?
Yeah, you know, I think I've been doing this for a long time. So you really can figure out how to gauge where the floor is and where competitors are on the floor just by listening, just by being in tune. And that's something that I think that the fact that I've been doing this for a long time, I've really been able to dial that in, and that helped.
You have been doing this for a long time, and you did exactly what you needed to do in this event to continue to charge up the leaderboard. What would another trip back to the games mean for you?
I mean, this is what I trained for. I trained to be in here to one, be inspired by everybody here in the stands, and then hopefully also be an inspiration. So thank you guys for being here. I'm so very grateful. It's not lost to me 9 years into this that you're here sacrificing your time, so thank you for that.
Congratulations. Thanks, you can go relax.
All right, thanks. I'll be right here.
Cole Sager looking to put himself inside the top 5 with 2 events remaining. Here's where we stand for the teams heading into the 3rd and final day. Mayhem Independence with 395 out of a possible 400 points. They are in the overall lead by 45 over CrossFit Shoe Fly Storm Squadron. CrossFit Kilo 2, they have a little bit more distance between themselves and Coda CrossFit Ironview Allegiance for that 5th and final spot. Top 5 teams advancing to the 2022 Noble CrossFit Games. For the women, Sydney Mikulishin still in the lead, but now it's Danielle Brandon, who is just 8 points back. Bailey Rail is in 3rd. Kelly Clark moving up into 4th by 6 points over Brooke Wells, who puts herself back into the top 5. Rebecca Fuselier, Shelby Neal, and Taylor Reber right now would be the 3 women advancing to the Last Chance Online qualifier. We are still tabulating all the results for the men. After that, Noah Olson was on the outside looking in coming into that event. He looks to get closer to a spot inside the top 5 and his 9th straight trip to the CrossFit Games. For all results and scores, head to games.crossfit.com. We had a sprint and a slog here for the individuals on day number 2 at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. Only 2 events remain, and we will find out who will be heading from the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge to the 2022 Noble CrossFit Games. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody, today. For our entire broadcast crew, Nikki Brazier and Tanya Wagner, I'm Sean Woodland. We'll see you tomorrow for the final day here in Knoxville at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge.